dangerously out of control. Knowing you have entered my mind, heart and soul. If ever I find out someday they went out to play, were the one I suspected all the way, I will not step.
Starting soon, we are just waiting for our few guests that have indicated to be on the way. But the time now is 10:20, so we'll be starting promptly at 10:30. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to see all of you here this morning for our thought leadership on the theme of violent crime and the impact on the ability and willingness of citizens to participate in elections. Maybe before we start, may I please ask our panelists, our speakers, to please come join us on the stage. Whilst they are at that, may I request that we all rise for the singing of the national anthem whilst our speakers join us in front. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Malusi Wagwamsomi. I work for the Electoral Commission at the Provincial Office. We truly appreciate your presence being here. The representatives from the civil society, political parties, the academia, and the media. Today I know we are sort of competing with the ad hoc committee in Parliament, but maybe the irony of that is also our theme for today that we are having. Now, we know that when it comes to crime and violence, basically it threatens people's sense of safety. It can also discourage them from participating in elections. Now, whether by registering or attending political events, or simply even going to the voting station to do voting. So by today's event, we hope that we are going to share experiences and also find a way that maybe we can be able to work together to ensure that citizens can participate freely and confidently in elections. That's why we've got our guests here. But that's it from me from now. So without taking much of your time, it is now my honor to invite our Provincial Electoral Officer, Mr. Michael Hendrikse, to officially welcome you and to take us through the activities of the day. over to you, Mr. Hendrik Jesse. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Judge, from our commission, our panelists, and also to our guests. Thank you very much for the opportunity to welcome you to this particular event. And I must say that, we have representatives from our NGO and FBO sector. Thank you very much for being here. The Electoral Code of Conduct Commission. When those guys come up, you also know that the elections are coming soon, because they are the Electoral Code of Conduct mediators that also come through the MJC and the SACC. And then also from the safety cluster to South African Police Services, to Cape Town Law Enforcement, and as well as the Provincial Directorate of Public Prosecutions. Thank you very much, Advocate, for being here and attending with us. Our Chapter 9 sister organizations, they are online. And then our representatives from our political parties, our PLC members, thank you for being here as well. Some of our specific guests, see my predecessor, Reverend Sampson. Welcome always, Reverend Sampson. And then also to the IEC staff. We have the universities present, as well as from our TVET colleges, and also from youth formations. So welcome to everybody, and I hope that we can have a engaging and a fruitful session. The rise of violent crime represents a direct threat to the stability of democratic institutions and structures across our country. And we have decided in this province and to have this theme to explore on, where citizens are exposed to criminal violence. How does it then appear in terms of their ability to want to go out and vote? In other words, can they go out given the situation? And then secondly, what does it impact on in terms of their willingness to participate in our democratic elections? For many South Africans, crime and violence have become an unjust but persistent reality of daily life. It exists in their communities, in their schools, even in their homes, and to some extent, an abnormal, normalized aspect of our social interactions has now been coming forward. And the reality is that the high incidences of crime, especially within, on the Cape Flats, within the metro, also reflects the legacy of apartheid, where we come from, as well as the continuing failures with claims of corruption and inadequate support and opportunities to our communities with high unemployment and a raving poverty. A number of initiatives are currently in place and have been in place from within the security sector, and we appreciate that. And the attempt to deal not only with the particular criminal issues, but also the macro issues affecting our people. And those our initiatives are ongoing. And we hope that the success will be measured not only in terms of statistics and speeches, but also in terms of whether, in fact, our people on the ground ultimately feel safer. And this violent crime that is affecting all of us takes place across the board. It even affects charity organizations. I just saw Gift of the Givers, their vehicles being attacked. We see our emergency services also, being attacked and prevented from attending to those who need attention. Extortions and drug wars. There is violence associated with that is suffered by our taxi commuters. Domestic violence, and then violence even inside and outside of our schools. So it's becoming endemic and across our society. In the 2 months, we've seen, I think it was in July, mass killings that take place in Mitchell's Plain, Kailicha, Bishop Levers, Guguletu, and residents in Manenberg and Clutersville are living in constant fear of gang violence. So that is the reality that we face. And if they are even scared to go out to the shop or the school, what more is the impact of we asking them to come out to our voting stations and come and vote? And the sad and tragic loss of life of innocent persons, bystanders, through stray bullets, children who are cut down without having even having the full life of achievements and experiences, is an indictment on all of us. Political motivated violence. Political violence breeds a climate of fear and a culture of intimidation to citizens. And political violence is not only limited to other parts of our country. Just recently, we've lost 2 councillors in Stellenbosch as a result of violent attacks. And there was also investigation of a recent murder of a political leader in Khayelitsha. So crime and violent crime specifically is a direct attack on our rule of law, and its unabated attack is felt across all of us, where it leads to ultimately in a lack or a failing trust in our government institutions. And public trust, whether it's in the South African police, for example, has been dropping, and it becomes then by association even us as the IEC, because people start looking at state institutions and what we are doing. And then, unfortunately, we see that trust deficit then exhibiting itself in terms of whether people start withdrawing from participating in community and other events. But then, on the other side, I also have to hasten to say that, to paint these suburbs and townships as a nest of criminals is to deny the presence of vibrant, active communities, of the majority of its inhabitants, who are decent, God-fearing, and amazing people. They are dedicated community members and leaders and state officials who tirelessly push back against this tide, and reputable academics and journalists who highlight the system failures of the state to provide a safe living environment. So we see a world where might is right, where the powerful employ state-sanctioned violence and genocide against the vulnerable, even children. Our jurisprudence acknowledges Ubuntu, which can be summed up as our humanity of others. It is often described as reminding us that I am what I am because of who we are. And unfortunately, given our current situation, we tend to be pulling back within our own little cocoons. We think that if we build higher walls, if we get better security, if we do this, if we do that, we will be okay. But ultimately, we are not then operating as a community, but we're rather working within an individualistic self. And the IEC doesn't operate in this vacuum. So we are very conscious of the fact that when we have elections, our people, our staff have to go out into these communities to do special votes, to do Section 12, to go engage with schools and communities, and for voters to come out. So it affects us as much as it affects everybody else. So we have this seminar, and the seminar is really aimed at hoping that we can engage and seek solutions. Yes, the security cluster will continue to do their, and ours is not to want to create and usurp that responsibility, because that is their responsibility, and they will continue with their endeavors in that regard. But from our perspective, we want to create a platform for critical dialogue to take place with an exchange of ideas and opinions. How does also the IEC align its strategies and operations to the reality of high crime within our communities, and reaching voters and keeping them and our staff safe? Strengthening partnerships with role players and stakeholders to restore public trust in our institutions and to increase participation, and then to extend our partnerships as IEC with community-based organizations and identify joint initiatives. And that's why I'm very glad that many of our CPF members have been able to join us here today as well, because they play an awesome role in terms of how we want to be and engage with ourselves. So I want to say that in the midst of our gathering, when we have all this pain and anger, when we do engage later on in our interactive session, let's not just concentrate too much on the complaints, because your complaints are real. But we need to start looking forward and saying, how do we start making some sort of a difference in whatever level, so that we can actually start making a difference in terms of how people can go out and vote in safety. I notice a lot of my colleagues from my political parties are here, and I also ask you that during our engagement that we're not engaging in political grandstanding and campaigning, because it is an IEC event. But let's hear what is happening, and let's make positive contributions to the engagement, and that we also just respect the views of everybody who is present. So thank you once again to Judge Bollé, our Commissioner, Prof. Irvin from UCT, Ms. Caryn Dolley, renowned journalist and author, Dr. MacMaster, thank you very much for being here and participating, Mr. Mamputa, our mediator, and Brenda, Yalzo, from our Metro Lepo offices. Unfortunately, Ms. Adrianse, she's not been able to make it yet. We hope that she's on her way. And then I've asked later on today, during our interactive session, that Mr. Eldred de Klerk, a well-known analyst and commentator, will be the one to facilitate our interactive session. I particularly call it interactive it mustn't be a Q&A. It's not just about asking questions. It's about saying, this is it, and how can we improve? How can we get better? So thank you, everybody. Let's engage, reflect, and act for a safer, more inclusive, democratic, participative process. Thank you, and welcome again.
Thank you very much, PO, Mr. Hendriksen. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call our commissioner, Judge Pillay, to come and address us before our speakers take the podium. Judge, over to you, ma'am.
It is a privilege to be addressing you this morning. Thank you. When I started to think about what I would say to you today, the song that kept ringing in my head was "Love and marriage go together like a horse and carriage." But do crime and democracy work together? What is the legacy of crime that we, our children, will inherit is the theme that I want to pick up on. But my talk is not about the day-to-day lived experience of communities physically plagued by the violence of crime. That experience is well known and better articulated by those who witness daily drug dealers peddling cocaine and heroin, using school children as mules and tools, the senseless murder of a father who steps out to buy a loaf of bread from the corner shop, the persistent paralyzing fear of death that prevents children from just being children playing outside in the yard. Zukisa Piccoli reported yesterday in yet another article about 4 people being murdered. This was a report in the Daily Maverick. Daily reports of incidents of crime evidences that the crisis, and it is a crisis, is out of control. The ever-present physical, practical impact of crime in communities has deep, direct, and real impact on democracy. Political parties and candidates cannot go about the business of canvassing support amongst voters, and voters fear stepping out of their homes to attend mass rallies or identify with one or other party or candidate. The Electoral Commission is impeded in carrying out its responsibilities of civic education and distribution of information and voting materials. But this is also obvious and within the lived experience of the people of the Cape Flats and elsewhere riddled by violence. This is also what communities living through this hell are better able to talk about. Nor do I want to talk about crime combating strategies. The reflexive response to the scale of the scourge is to become overwhelmed and paralyzed by inertia. This is no solution. Rather, the adage about eating an elephant points the way. They say that to eat an elephant, one has to take bite-sized pieces one at a time. However, to chew even a tiny bite of an elephant requires political will, commitment, and dedication. Thereafter, the resources will follow. It will be found to execute the strategies we devise. But this is also not what I want to discuss. I want to talk about the legacy we inherit from the crisis of crime. Added to the physical impact, the psychological and behavioral impact of crime impedes the prospects for the survival and flourishing of democracy. I want to talk about the civic honesty of ordinary, law-abiding people. Civic honesty refers to our shared moral norms about what is the right thing to do in our everyday life. To bribe or not to bribe. To abuse the state's or an employer's resources or not to do so. To hit and run from an accident, to steal electricity and water by diverting connections to non-paying illegal users, to cloning SASSA grant cards and cheating the vulnerable of their benefits, to evading taxes, to rigging procurement so that communities receive no health or other services, and potholes become death traps. The list is endless. Civic honesty is a foundation for a flourishing democracy, a society in which people intuitively, automatically, reflexively, naturally, and a whole lot of other synonyms you can find, do the right thing, follow the rules, not because they have to, but because they want to. Because it is good for all of us, not just one person, but all of us. Like driving on the correct side of the road, stopping at a red robot, paying for services we use, and not scamming someone just because we can. Typically, civic honesty is rooted in trust in public bodies, such as the government and the police. It is an imaginary, tacit, social contract that we concluded as a nation between the people and the state, that they, public officials, and all of us will perform our civic duties in exchange for a trustworthy, competent, fair, and reliable state that delivers fully on the people's livelihood rights. By livelihood rights, I mean the basics of food, housing, health, sanitation, education, and of course, security. How different is the situation in a crime-ravaged society such as ours from a wrecked region? Yesterday, 7 October, marked the second anniversary of the Gaza-Israeli war. Currently, talks are about a settlement. After settlement, whenever that occurs, what might be the psyche of the people who lived through the past 2 years? Would the starving children who scrambled with their empty pots, hoping to be filled with food for their families, forgive their assailants? In South Africa, will the families who lost loved ones to violent crimes forgive their assailants? Will families of the 1,500 children who die of malnutrition in South Africa forgive those who loot state coffers to buy Lamborghinis? Will they forgive those governors who promise to deliver on their livelihoods and who we elect year after year, election after election, in the hope of establishing a caring state? Will people trust the institutions of democracy to deliver the goods, be it health services, education, or elections? Quite simply, without functioning security services, and of course all the other services, there is no peace, no security, and without functioning institutions, we cannot have democracy. So do you think that the crime you experience, we experience, is random, haphazard, and opportunistic? Or do you think it is orchestrated, deliberate, and strategic? If you think that crime starts and ends with the people who pull the triggers, then jailing those people should solve the problem of murders. But if you think that they are the tools of unseen and unknown forces, then your strategy must be to seek the minds behind the murders. What your diagnosis is must determine the strategy that we all adopt to eradicate crime, all kinds of crime. When we are preoccupied with looking after ourselves, struggling to find work, to find food, to keep children safe and beyond the reach of criminals, we may not stop to think about the causes of our suffering or of our unhappiness and insecurity. We reflexively blame the person who pulls the trigger without asking who gave him the gun. And so we may miss the target of our oppression. Whenever imbalances in society reach crisis proportions, something big happens to stabilize the world. In the year 1215, the Magna Carta was adopted to rein in the excesses of royalty with the rule of law, ironically. Today, Lord Sumption describes the Magna Carta as the last gasp of a dying old order. In 1919, the end of World War I, that heralded the Treaty of Versailles and subsequently the establishment of the League of Nations, the precursor to the United Nations. And in 1945, the end of World War II, that ended with the UN Declaration of Human Rights. And then, with the end of empire in the 1960s and the Cold War in 1989, the age of constitutionalism was born. 97 countries adopted constitutions with bills of rights. South Africa became one of those constitutional democracies. Last year, we celebrated 30 years of representative constitutional democracy, along with 96 other countries throughout the world. But worldwide, democracy is in recession. It is not working as it is meant to. Crime rules, not the rule of law. We listen with jaw-dropping amazement to the goings-on in the commissions of inquiries and around the corner now today in Parliament. Inquiries into corruption in the police and security services. Internationally, war criminals walk the world with impunity. International solidarity is fractured and at an all-time low. Something's got to give. So if we are done with the Magna Carta, if we are done with the United Nations and the African Union's declarations of human rights, because they don't seem to be delivering the goods on the ground, what is the next best thing to induce world order and stability, to stave off an implosion by the besieged, the beleaguered, and to stave off the beasts of hunger? That is a question I hope we will apply ourselves to at the end, through the rest of this conference. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Judge Pillay, for painting that picture for us. I hope we dare not try. That's the point of today. So for now, please allow me to welcome our speakers, Professor Kines, Caryn Dolley, and Dr. MacMaster to join us on the stage to give us their perspective. The next time I'll be here will be after Dr. MacMaster. Over to you, our speakers. Thank you. Professor Kines.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning to my fellow panelists. Before I start, we often come to seminars like this, and we always provide critical analysis of the situation. And today I see there are members of the criminal justice system sitting with us, police officers and members of the NPA. We don't often say thank you to police officers and justice officials that go beyond the bounds of normal duty to keep us safe. So I want us collectively to say thank you to the police that are represented here and the members of the National Prosecutions Authority. Let's give them a hand and say thanks. I want to start at the back of my talk. This is supposed to be a political environment that the IEC is called together. I hope you are politicians in this hall. I sometimes don't know who's a politician and who's not. We even have politicians in all over. But here's what I want to say. I'm ended off my speech with this, but I want to start with this. To budding politicians and to budding political parties, don't make deals with gangsters for access to communities. You're going to be forced to do it. Don't go there. Provide jobs and opportunities for young people. They become the cannon fodder for what's going on in our communities today. Keep your promises to the electorate. It's simple. If you make a promise to the electorate, and it doesn't mean if you don't win the election, you can't fight for those particular issues that you've promised to the electorate. Fourthly, up the quality of your public representatives. The quality of public representatives is on display at the moment, everywhere. If you want people to respect you as a party, if you want people to respect you, people in the communities, you must show the respect to the people that have elected you. It's as straightforward as that. And as political parties, you have a responsibility to honor the Constitution, to honor what's left of the democracy, Judge, and to make sure that our generations that follow us will defend this democracy. What we're seeing today is gangsters are being drawn into this political realm because the opportunity is there. And how long before we are going to say that the criminals represent us? How long before we actually say that? It shouldn't be the norm. We shouldn't go there as a society. The drafters of our Constitution, the people that have been killed to build this democracy, that have been jailed to build this democracy, did not expect this. And so, I now want to turn to some of the points that I've raised, and I'm not going to go there. I think the first thing that I want to say is that the operating environment for political campaigning has changed. We must accept that. It's become far more violent. It's contested. We are seeing political parties linking with vigilante organizations to fight gangsterism. It's a moment in our history that we must think deeply about. What is this? In any normal political campaign during elections, one assumes that there's peace and stability and that people are free to vote for the parties that they want to vote for. But what happens if that operating environment is changed and there's people with automatic firearms shooting at people every day and disrupting the lives of the communities that you want to improve as a politician? This environment of instability and violence closes the space for political campaigning. And we're moving towards the end of the year now. You're going to see an increase in shootings. It's normal, unfortunately. The amount of conflicts that exist out there, we have one big gang called the Fancy Boys that have taken on all the other gangs, all the other big gangs in all communities. And so, here's the thing. Everything in the underworld is linked. A death that seems to be disparate, the child that's shot, it's linked to decisions made by grown-up men in different areas. So what are your options as political parties when the crime rates are so high? The options are that it's a common sense thing that you have to change the way you campaign. Otherwise, you run the risk of putting your campaign workers in harm's way. You have to go and put people, knock on doors, speak to people, which is the role of traditional politics. But there's something that can save you, and that is cyber campaigning, social media networks. That is the way the world is moving at the moment. There's nothing like that personal interaction and conversation between people from different political parties. And your biggest supporters are always found with the people that you physically approach and speak with. For those of you that are seasoned political campaigners, you would know that. Another option is for those of you that can't go the cyber route, where you have to purchase data lists of voters' information. You can buy that, and you can campaign on. Some parties already have those particular data lists. If you can't afford that, what are your other options? Your other options is to say, look, this is part of the territory. In South Africa, we've always done it this particular way. Recently, in the last election, there was a report that surfaced that a party member at one of the voting booths outside that were campaigning had a firearm with her. That, for me, is a clear indication that the situation is beginning to change when you come with a firearm to a voting booth as a political party or as individuals that belong to political parties. I think that that particular option then says, this is part of the territory, let's go into those areas, because after all, we know the people. We know the people in those particular communities, we know the people we want to recruit. I don't think that exists in the way that you think it exists anymore. There are new kids on the block when it comes to the gang underworld. And then I think that that becomes another option that you ought to look at. So you factor into the cost, the campaigning in high violence areas, and that is a risk for your campaign workers. If they get shot, you're going to have to carry that particular responsibility. What it also requires is for you to start negotiating with taxi drivers. The taxi drivers appear to be governing our streets and our communities and our country in some cases, making decisions for other people, unelected. The taxi mafia governs. You must begin to accept that, because nobody, not a single political party is prepared to take on the taxi industry. And the fact that they ride roughshod over roads in everyday traffic, we've not been able to close it down. That particular space is important because there are tentative links between the taxi industry and the gang industry. And besides, everybody knows that politicians and civil servants own taxis. We need to deal with the taxi industry. I'm saying that, and I'm putting it out there. So this operating environment, where some areas become no-go areas, I think you're going to see far more of that come elections, unless it's sorted out, unless we're able to put a lid on the crime. And so take a step back, look at this Western Cape. What is this? What are the stats telling us here? This is the environment that you want to operate in. There's high unemployment rates, like everywhere in the country. And with the Trump trade tariffs, it's not hit us yet in a big way. The outlook really looks bleak. In its 2024 Q4 report, Westgrow reported that in the Western Cape, youth age between 15 and 19 years and 20 to 24 years recorded the highest levels of unemployment, and respectively at 48 and 39.6%. That is alarming. Even though the Western Cape economy grew by 0.8%, the formal unemployment rate stands at 19.6%, and the expanded unemployment rate is 24.9%. Only 4 sectors in this Western Cape economy grew in real terms. Agriculture, forestry and fishing by 17.8%, finance, real estate and business services by 1.2%, wholesale and retail trade, hotels and restaurants by 1.2%. We're supposed to be a tourist economy, and the mining and quarrying by 0.15%. It's still positive growth. So of course, some of you will argue that we're still doing better than the rest of the country. While being true, that argument is academic. When we look at the levels of violence here, there are young people without jobs on the streets, some of them with qualifications. On the streets of the Cape Flats, they are imminently recruitable to both the formal economy, but also to the illegitimate economy. They become the shock troops of the violence that we're trying to prevent. So we have to find opportunities for young people. In education, the situation is no better. According to the National Professional Teachers Organization, between January and July of this month, our schools have reported 454 incidents of assault on school property, and the levels of violence is increasing. A total of 563 children have fallen victims to violence, according to Mamputa. There are also reports in the Western Cape and Khayelitsha that teachers are subject to extortion. We must worry about that bleak situation. And then if you look at the dropout rate for grades 7 to 12, the Department of Education pegs that at between 3 and 9%. And the throughput rate for schools is 62%. That means if you enter the school at primary school, and 62% will end and finish schooling and in matric. I want to say that that is the operating environment, and there's weak political leadership. There's weak political leadership to take on these issues and maintain the link with the criminal justice system, where there's also major problems around corruption, as we're hearing in Parliament today. It becomes an everyday thing. It can't be the norm in a democracy. If we want to defend the democracy, the imperative is on you as representatives of your political parties to make sure that you don't recruit other criminals into this particular arena, because that happens. And so, I'm sorry that I'm going off on political leaders, but you've landed us in this mess, all of you. Doesn't matter who you are, all of you have landed us because of your weak leadership, and particularly, none of you have held these politicians and ministers to account at national and provincial and at local level. That is it. And I think if you're wanting to talk about crime, don't complain about it. I want to move away from Cape Town and go to Haiti. In Haiti, the state has collapsed. It's collapsed because the gangs has overrun the state in Haiti. 90% of the physical space of the capital city, Port-au-Prince, is occupied by gangs, different gangs, but they're still gangs. They have not sought control or the overthrow of the state. Ideologically, a gangster isn't committed to overthrow the state. And so they've not realized that. They're highly armed. The United Nations have sent several missions to try to take control of the capital city, and they've not succeeded. Yesterday, a UN resolution was taken that they're sending 5,500 more peacekeepers to Haiti, where an international organization have to create stability within the state. And so what has happened there was that the former president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, armed sections of the population of a place called Cité Soleil, a highly poor area, high unemployment rates, and lots of drug dealing. And the gang leaders there was about 300,000 people that migrated into Cité Soleil. And what happened was, because they were armed, they started to take over different parts of the capital. And the police fled. They weren't able to deal, they were overwhelmed. And so I think of Haiti and I look at Cape Town. Here are pockets of areas in Cape Town where there's lawlessness, complete lawlessness. The gang wars in Hanover Park, and there's a small part of Hanover Park where these gang wars are going on. Has been going on for the last 7 to 8 years. We've plowed so much resources into it and so much technology into it. We're still not getting it right. What is it that we're not doing? as political leaders to address this particular situation. I think if you leave this, if you abandon from a governance perspective certain communities, don't expect that it can be business as usual, because your governance will be challenged by people who are better organized at a local level and who are part of the criminal economy, because it makes business sense to do so. I don't want to go into the fancy boys because I'm aware of time. I think the fancy boys have shown in every incident of conflict, you having emerging in Bonteville, in Mitchell's Plain, in Kailicha, everywhere, there is the leadership of the fancy boys is taking on the other gangs in those particular areas. There will be a reaction. You're also seeing, added to this particular pot, vigilante organizations re-emerging on the streets of Cape Town. And in 1996 to 2002, there was a war that drew all the resources of the police between Pagad and the firm and so forth and so on. I don't think Pagad succeeded in getting rid of the gang problem at all. I don't think they're going to succeed. Vigilantism is never going to be an answer to pulling our community straight. And so today we see political parties making links and seeing the opportunity there. If you want to make a deal with the devil with gangsters, you've got to ask their permission to campaign in certain areas. It's not an area that you can take our governance and expect that we're still calling ourselves Democrats. I also want to say that as this happened before, yes, it's happened in Kingston, in Jamaica, in a place called Tivoli Gardens, where there was immense drug dealing, and the United States in 2009 sent a red notice to the Jamaican and the Caribbean police chiefs to arrest an individual called Chris, Chris's name was Coke, Christopher Coke, they used to call him Dudus. He was in Kingston, he ran Tivoli Gardens, and what he did successfully, he armed the local population. And you know, when they tried to arrest him, it took them years. Eventually, they had to bring in the US Marines with other soldiers to try and extract him. They did extract him, and they extradited him. The point is, think about all the weapons that are on the streets of Cape Town. All that you require here, we've all got all the ingredients for this. You require enterprising leadership on the part of some of these individuals that are part of the criminal economy. And so, Judge, you're absolutely right. It's not the triggermen that matters. It's the people that are planning this year. And I want to just say to you that, bearing in mind that we've had over 600 people killed and over 1,000 injured in mass shootings, this is the new form of violence. You don't wipe out or kill somebody through a drive-by, but you wipe out everybody that's in a shebeen. 11 people, 7 people, and it doesn't matter. So violence of that nature has its own logic. Where you kill a group of people, there must be revenge. And rival gangs plan their revenge. They have long memories. And you don't often think that they're going to get you, but they actually do. It took a long time for some rivals to kill some of the top gang leaders in Cape Town, and they were killed. It took years. So I do think that we're going to see an increase in killings and retaliations. Also, to the IEC, nationally, the numbers of voter turnout has reduced. If you look at 2021, 2016, 2011, if we take 2011 nationally, a turnout of just over 50%, 2016 just over 15%, 50%, 2021, it's starting to drop 47%. At local government level. At national, we've had high turnouts in 2014 of 73%, 2019, 66%, and at 2024, 58%. I'm using ballpark figures here. At the provincial level, 2014, 74%, 2019, 68%, 2024, 60%. Now, often, voting patterns in the province will follow national patterns, mostly. At local government level, it's a different thing. we have to ask, and I think I can't qualitatively make the conclusion that voting levels are dropping because of violence. I think we need more empirical research on that. Because there is a link. I think people lose confidence in political parties. They don't come to the polling station. And so here's, I think, the linking the periods of greatest wars, if you look at 2014, 2019, 2011, 2024, if we start looking at the patterns of gang violence during those years, up to the elections, you're going to see an increase. At the moment, I think that's what's happening. I want to set out to prove that. So I'll have to do some research on that. Lastly, I want to say the idea of ceding territory to gangs, that we can't sort out the Hanover Park thing or the Atlantis thing. We can't have that logic, because that is ceding territory. You can't govern in your own name. And then lastly, I want to say, you can't abandon the poor. You can't, as a government and as political leaders, abandon poor people, because they're there to vote for you when the time matters. So where gangsters and drug dealers have the opportunities to provide services that government doesn't have, they will do so, and they will do so effectively. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Prof. Kinnis and Judge Pillay. I just want to reiterate, I am a journalist. I'm not an academic. I'm not a professor. And I'm going to speak to you as honestly and openly as I can within the context of my profession. So, we're in the Western Cape at the moment, and I'm going to state the obvious here, because this is an abnormality that we are in South Africa's gangsterism capital. We've got this ominous label because of the constant, incessant violence happening around us. Just this morning, the police sent out a press release saying that there was a triple murder in Gugulethu last night. And this, as Prof. Kinnis has just said, has now become, and I'm very hesitant to use the word normal because it cannot be normal, but we are getting notifications about mass shootings, mass murders, far more often than it ever should be. This is not okay. So, we're also in Athlone at the moment, and I want to point out that this is an area with a politically shaped, not just history, but a politically shaped presence, and that involves violence meted out by the apartheid state, and it also involves resilience to deal with or counter that violence. So last month, there was a shooting outside the Athlone Magistrates Court, and again, we've seen shootings outside other institutions around the Western Cape, in Cape Town, which are meant to be upholding and meting out the law. Now, what does this point to? It suggests that there is an ugly, brazen nature to the crime we're experiencing. There doesn't seem to be a separation between individuals being scared of individuals, institutions that are there to hit back against them. That fear seems to have eroded, which also suggests that the line between the two is further blurring. We know people are being killed. We know young lives are being snuffed out. We know babies, children, are not getting a chance to live. I know there have been stories about babies who have been murdered in the womb. This is producing mass trauma, and it's not something I even know how to articulate. But we must remember that. This is constant. The trauma is unquantifiable. This is an unthinkable situation. It hurts me to stand here as a human and speak to fellow humans about this, but it is. Now, because I'm a journalist, I'm quickly going to focus on what's happening in the news at the moment. What is happening is part and parcel of what we see on the ground. We're hearing accusations of criminal infiltration into policing and politics. This is happening at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, which resumes again next week. It's being heard in Parliament today at an ad hoc committee. If I leave early, please excuse me. I am meant to be covering that as a journalist. What does all this mean, though? At the moment, these are all accusations, allegations, counter-accusations, counter-claims. You can add many labels to it. What is fact, though, is that there is something untoward in our political system, in our policing system. That is fact. Because if someone's saying something and it's true, it means that there is crime. If someone's saying something and it's false, that person is lying. And these are the people who are meant to be protecting us. So, all this comes at a time when we're heading up to elections. We're also heading into the festive season, and we know this is when violence tends to increase. It's going to get, I don't want to use the word wilder, but it's going to get more dangerous. And I really feel in my heart standing here, because we're talking about people completely unrelated to all this mess who inevitably get caught up in it. So as a journalist, I cover organized crime, drug trafficking in beyond South Africa, Brazil, etc. I look into private security issues, sort of dodgy aspects relating to private security. I try and look into firearms smuggling, corruption, policing, politics, and it really angers me and hurts me to say this today. I look into shootings across Cape Town, and I've been doing so for 20 years, and nothing seems to change. And I think there's a lot of introspection that is needed there among not just us, civilians standing here talking to you, but among politicians, among political leaders. So even though what I cover as a journalist sounds like very different arenas, different incidents, for example, we've got a shooting here and some political conference here, I'm teasing. But we know all this inevitably is interconnected, okay? So I think Prof. Kinnes touched on it, and I'm going to say it as well. A shooting of a child can link to a firearm that was smuggled to a criminal via police officer. A shooting in an upmarket suburb can link to smuggling of drugs that links to other countries and can branch out into local gangs. And a member of a gang can be connected to a politician. Now, if that politician is guilty of a collusion, I'm going to ask you who the true gangster is, okay? When a police officer smuggles a firearm or creates a fraudulent firearm license for a criminal, that is fatal state capture in the making. It is state capture, and it's fatal state capture in the making. And this is really what's happening around us. This is what underpins the violence and shootings happening around us. Now, work is being done to dismantle this monster. I fully acknowledge that. There are good police officers, there are good law enforcement officers, there are good traffic officers, there are good prosecutors. And I agree, we need to thank them. In that same breath, we need to thank the individuals who don't have labels, who don't have job titles, who are fighting this on the ground. I don't like using the word fighting, but who are tackling this on the ground without many resources. So a sincere thank you, and a sincere thank you. Now, sticking with the news theme, I'm going to read a couple of headlines. This is a News 24 article from August 2016. Manenberg woman wounded after gang shooting near voting stations. This is 8 years later, an article from News 24, May 2024, which is last year. Overcoming queues, a protest, and a shooting. Cape Town voters head to polls to make their mark. Now, these are news headlines, but these are not stories. This is ongoing reality. This has been and is the state of the Western Cape. This is, in a sense, the state of South Africa, the nation. And my fellow South Africans, we are in big trouble. And I reiterate, it's not just me saying this as a journalist reporting on different incidents. This is coming out in Parliament. This is coming out at a commission of inquiry. So when thinking through what I can potentially say to you, because who am I really? Like I said, I'm not an academic. I'm not a police officer. I'm not a crime fighter. But a few things came to mind, which I hope to explore in some or other manner, and which I'm going to run through now. It's the impacts, a different kind of impacts of different kind of violence in this context. So we can't predict when and where a trigger will be pulled. We can't predict when a shooting will happen, okay? We don't know how many abuse survivors are unsafe in their own homes, let alone outside of their homes. We don't know how this truly impacts voter turnout. I'm sure there are statistics, but we don't know the texture behind this. We don't know who may feel too scared to go out and vote because of past violence, real-time violence, or future violence, okay? We don't know who may have completely given up on politicians by this point, given the trajectory of this country. We don't know who's actually given up on voting altogether because of violence and because of the situation we're in. So I've just gone through a few we don't knows, uncertainties, but there's also a lot we do know, and this can help us. We can make plans to deal with worries and concerns, etc., based on what we do know, based on what we share. So this is where I really struggled when thinking of what to say to you, because I don't have quick fix, easy solutions, and I can't in good faith stand here and say, this is what we can do. Who am I? But if something is off, we need to report it if possible. And I say if possible because I stand here in a position of privilege saying if something's wrong, we need to report it to the police. I don't know your situation, if you're in danger at that point, but if something is wrong, and I mean this on a granular level, you see something wrong happening to a way you can expose something far broader, if possible, report it. Share necessary information with each other in real time. I think we all want increased, and I feel that it's a good thing that what is happening in Parliament and a commission, if anything, it's ventilating problems that have been there for a very long time and that absolutely need ventilation. Explain to other people, especially young people, why you feel voting or not voting is necessary, okay? Share that, and as Judge Pillay said, share civic honesty. Like, this is what we really need. We're going to have to rely on each other. We're going to have to rely on decency. And then watch out for fake news. It can spark real danger. It can even spark violence. I think fake news, the word fake news sounds so flippant, but there are real widespread dangers involved with that. And we live in a strange time with social media likes, clicks, with popularity and perceived fame coming across as far more important than honesty and truth. And don't get me wrong, I do believe social media can be used for good. It's a great tool to spread information in real time, but that's the thing. It's a good tool to spread information, not misinformation and lies. It can be weaponized against us, and can be weaponized against individuals. And I think, politically speaking, I think in the past few days, I've seen a lot of what I would label false accusations lobbied at certain individuals, and it's spreading. We need to be mindful of what we consume, not just through our mouths, but through our eyes and ears. Looking back and ahead, South Africa has an extreme history of politics overlapping with crime. I mean, we cannot deny that. Apartheid was a crime against humanity. We've had state capture, and we're now in another phase of accusations that criminals have infiltrated police and politics. So if I just stand back for a second, it almost feels like there's been this constant segue of the same accusations, the same suspicions happening over decades, and something has got to give. These are exceptionally dangerous times, and I don't say this to be alarmist. I do feel that something has to give. Our safety is at stake. Now, the apartheid government used the divide and conquer weapon against us. We need to keep this in mind and try and see beyond it. This is no way to operate. We've seen this before in South Africa. This is fact-based. We need to look after each other. So you may know the ants in a jar story. I'm not sure if any of you do, but it's when you put red ants and black ants into the same jar. You put the jar down, the ants will be fine, they'll crawl around there. If you shake that jar, the ants start attacking each other. The ants are under the impression that the red ants think the black ants are attacking it, the black ants think the red ants are attacking them, okay? They don't realize that the true agitator is the person or the hand that is shaking the jar. So, I'm mentioning this because We can only come up with solutions if we understand what the true problem is. If we know more or less who's shaking the jar, this can go a long way towards improving situations, possibly saving lives. Now, we need to think further than what is intentionally forced in front of us. And again, I go back to social media. A lot has been pumped into our faces. We need to sometimes just stop and ask why. We need to remember there's a bigger picture. And again, I say this from a position of privilege, because if you're in a situation where your safety is at threat, it may be very difficult to stop and think and like, oh, there's a bigger picture here. But I'm speaking in a more sort of a panned out way. Just stop, think, who's shaking the jar? And I think, Judge Pillay, you brought up the question earlier. I'm just going to make eye contact with her, excuse me. But you brought up the question earlier about whether what is happening is simply happening, or is it orchestrated? Is it orchestrated? Why are we always focused on the individual with that firearm? Where's the rest of that trail? How did that person get that firearm? Where does that firearm come from? So yeah, we need to remember consistently to think outside of that jar. As a journalist who looks into organized crime, I basically try and find out who is truly holding that jar of ants. And I can say, with a lot of exhaustion and bags under my eyes right now, you think you figured it out and you realize there's another hand holding that jar from the other side, another hand trying to grab the hand that's holding the jar already, and then you see an arm coming out. It's confusing, but I think it's intentionally confusing. And I think this is what gets us. We start focusing there when focus should be on what's on the ground, what's happening, people. Anyhow, we know the state of the nation. We know the real state of the nation. And we live in it, but we must also remember some people have to try and survive in it. And we really have to work together. Even this, being here today, it may irritate some people, more talking heads, but it's something. For some of us, it can be a start. For some of us, it can be a continuation. I think me standing here, the best thing about being here is that an issue, a problem, a crisis, if you will, is being acknowledged. And I think that's something we have to keep in mind. Prof. Kinners said, where is the accountability? He didn't use those exact words, but where are the political leaders? Where's the true accountability? We need people to acknowledge the real problems. I've spoken about ants, I'm going to speak about an elephant. We need them to acknowledge the elephant in the room, which has already been addressed here. So this platform provides us with a chance to share ideas, and I hope that all of this can, in any possible way, translate into increased physical safety for those who need it the most. Now, organized crime and greed have no boundaries, but neither does creativity and neither does decency, and those things are free, okay? It's within our minds. There are more decent people than there are thugs, and regardless of how it feels at times, we outnumber shooters and gangsters. This is a power, and I hope this is the legacy that we leave behind. Even if it's the start of a legacy, I really hope this is the legacy we leave behind. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I think the fortunate thing for me is that I don't have to repeat some of the things that's been said by the PEO, the judge, and the first two speakers. But 25 years ago, two authors wrote an article, McKendrick and Hoffman, on people and violence in South Africa. And then already they said violence pervades all aspects of the environment, and no person remains untouched by violence. If not directly involved in violent manifestations, people are indirectly drawn in by mass media and now we have to add social media, and are affected by the fallout resulting from violence, people either indirectly carry its financial cost or experience the social and emotional stress of living in a violent environment, or both. They mentioned or listed the following consequences of this violence. Violence can injure and destroy, that we know. Violence can restrict lifestyles. Violence can evoke fear. Violence damage relationships. Violence dehumanizes, causes psychological disruption. And violence leads to moral atrophy. Nou, I still dream in Afrikaans, so moet ek nou eers weer gaan kyk het wat praat hulle hierso. But in Afrikaans it is wegkwyning, morele wegkwyning of so. And it's also, when we look at the literature, for many years now, I think decades, there's references to the culture of violence in South Africa. For example, in 1999, Hamber, in an article published by the Center for Study of Violence and Reconciliation, says the pervasive nature of this violence seeped into all parts of public life, undermining the moral, interpersonal, and social fabric of society. And I think that is why what Mr. Hendricks already said, elections are not happening in a vacuum. This is part of the context. This morning I thought, actually, to say this as an opening statement, but I'm saying it now. I think we will agree South Africa is on steroids right now. There's so much going on, and it's so overwhelming. For everyone who really wants to play a part, make a contribution, and be an agent of change. It is, in the words of Obas of Sewende Laan, 'n krisis van epidermiese proporties. There's a deep, and now, from the perspective of being a theologian, a pastor, minister of religion, we are in a deep moral crisis. And the judge mentioned something of civic honesty. And that's what I'm preaching wherever I go, whether it's in a congregation or on a platform, speaking to people in faith communities. We have a responsibility to be the agents of change. Because coming from a Christian perspective, we are called not necessarily to do extraordinary things, but to be the light of the world, the salt of the earth, the yeast that brings about change. And that's what we're all capable of. The fact of the matter is violence has become so normalized. And with that, life has become so cheap. And it's again part of what faith communities must do and preach the theology of life, emphasizing that we cannot accept what's going on. The sanctity of life is important. We are a traumatized nation. And the trauma in our communities, historical trauma, intergenerational trauma, is not addressed sufficiently. Some would say we are a wounded nation. And you know the saying, hurt people hurt people. We see that. But we can turn that around, and that again, from a theological point of view, heal people. And that is why, personally, I cannot give up. I cannot say, ek is nou 'n oud-timer, 'n pensioner, 'n grandfather. I have had my chance. En die Here weet ons kom al lank aan in die struggle. For decades. And there are times when you feel, I've done my part. But if you still believe in the dream that we fought for, the dream that so many paid the ultimate sacrifice, people that we know, people that were close to us, you say, I'm not giving up on this dream. And you sing Zenzenina, but you also sing, we shall overcome. Deep in my heart, I believe we shall overcome someday. Are we a failed state already? Or are we a failing state? Are we a mafia state? It sounds like that. It feels like that. And in between, because of the failure of the state, organized criminals have stepped in. It's not a new thing. I mean, the Stachis in Menenberg, you read how they, drive around those years and threw out, money to youngsters. The woman on TV in about 2000 when Colin Stansfield was eventually arrested, and people went to court in Cape Town with a bus, and some auntie from Valhalla Park says on TV, wie gaan nou sorg vir ons kinders? Where the state fails, these guys have stepped in. And they have so much resources, more than they used to have. Because they have, in terms of the reports, they have diversified their income portfolios. So they have much more to offer to communities. And Pagat and whoever think they can just step into communities and people will follow, they make a big mistake. Because the criminal economy has established itself where the state has failed. Now, the Cape Crime Coalition, I'm not going into the detail. We see ourselves as a social movement from the very beginning. Last year, more than a year ago, we say we want to build from below. It's a challenge. It's a huge challenge. What I found is that over the past year, is that organizations and activists also have this attitude of gangs, and that is being territorial. Ons werk hier so in Menenberg. We know the people, claiming that. But with that, over the past year, this is the one question. And yes, there's wonderful things happening all over in terms of sport, all these things. But the question is, why don't we see the impact? Why is the impact of organized crime more tangible, visible? That is the question that we must answer. We've built relationship. The taxi industry has been mentioned with Santaco since especially 2023 when they called it a taxi strike and we intervened. So we're building partnership with them in terms of a gender-based violence campaign. Monday, they've invited us for the launch of the Peace Ambassador Program with the Western Cape Mobility Department. So we're building relationships. As the Crime Coalition, we are also very happy the fact that Minister Kachalia has consulted with us and of course with many others. And we have submitted a document to him so that we can have on record some input. Now the minister, of course, has promised that he'll come back to the Western Cape, and on Thursday afternoon, in a virtual meeting, he will report back to civic organizations on the plan, because he says there is now a plan. You remember he said there's no plan. Now he's coming back to us on Thursday afternoon to say, well, the police now have a plan, and we're all looking forward to that. Because the Here weet, we're tired of this. We're tired of promises. We're tired of plans that are not implemented. We're tired of politics between SAPS and national and city. And we were so excited when Minister Mkhunu said, this must stop. We hear about an agreement signed, but unfortunately, we still don't know the detail. I want to end off to say that things have changed tremendously in terms of gangs. It's no longer just the guys standing on the corners. Those you see on the corners, as was already stated, is just small fish in a big pond. One lady told the story the other day. She said she approached this young guy in her neighborhood. She knows him. Puta, I see you stand here on the corner every day. Are you not interested to join? There's a program for young people. You even get a stipend, she told him. And his first question is, Auntie, hoeveel? How much is that stipend? And when she told him, I said, nee, Auntie, that's te min geld. I get 6,000 to 8,000 a month just standing on this corner and playing the role that is asked of me to play. That's the reality that we're facing. And we need to understand that. I think I want to end here again with a commitment. When the president asked Tuma Mina, I say that. We sang it Sunday in the congregation where I preached. Tonight, that congregation celebrates 30 years. I'm going to put it in again. Tuma Mina, here am I, send me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Keynes, Caryn, Dolley, and Dr. MacMaster. Ladies and gentlemen, the speakers that have spoken before us have painted a picture for us as to what is really happening. Caryn talks about the real state of the nation, and whilst Prof. Keynes is wooing at the idea that we might find ourselves being represented by criminals. And also, I really shudder to think that in our course of business, we might find ourselves having to negotiate a simple thing as opening a voting station with criminals. And that wouldn't be an ideal situation. Hence the session for today. Now, as Dr. MacMaster puts it, that life has become cheap, and why has not been any impact in all the interventions that are being made. So those are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. But maybe before I allow Mr. Mamputa and also Brenda to also come to the stage. The time now is 5 to 12. If we can break for 15 minutes and then come back for the second session. Thank you very much. So we'll be back here at 10 past 12. Thank you very much. Tea is ready outside. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start our second session. Maybe before we proceed, there is a Hyundai i20 CY309209. The passenger side window is open, so they are requesting that if the owner can be able to close it just for safety reasons. Thank you very much. Our second session, you'll notice that on the program, we've got the profiles of our speakers, so please do go through them as we proceed with the program. But you'll also notice that the next lot of our speakers, Mr. Mamputa and Ms. Yalzo, are basically the people that are on the call face of our electoral operations. So they will be the people that on a daily basis interact with some of the challenges that we might perceive are in reality. So they are the people that will tell us if whatever we are talking about is a lived reality indeed, or maybe we are just exaggerating. So with that said, I will then allow Mr. Mamputa to come on the stage. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mdagwetu. The IEC lends itself so beautiful to a number of Xhosa idioms and proverbs. When you look at the IEC, for instance, and the way it operates and how it interacts with communities, it lends itself to a proverb that says, "Ukhaba inja ukuze umniniyo aphume." You kick the dog in order for the owner to get the owner's attention. And you find the IEC being in that situation many times. When people want houses, they don't go to the Department of Housing. When they want roads, they don't go to the city. They wait until there's a by-election or election, and then they disrupt the IEC so that the IEC can talk to government and the city. So it lends itself that way. And the other one, Xhosa proverb, is kukho umohluko kumntu ophuma endlini engakanga asijonge esipilini nomntu osijongele esipilini. There is a difference between somebody who has looked in the mirror before stepping out and one who didn't. Why are we saying that? We, as the people who are talking here, we're merely providing a mirror. When Prof and the other speakers seemed or sounded as if they're attacking you, they are not. They're merely providing a mirror to us. And when you don't like what you see in the mirror, you do not break that mirror. Instead, you stop looking at the mirror and look at yourself. That's what I heard from the speakers that were here. I think it was Caryn or Llewellyn who said that when the state fails to deliver, the gangs take over and fill that gap. This thing we've seen so many times. An example was Colin Stanfield in Belhar, in those areas, and Bishop Davis. That guy was more popular than the mayor. The people protested when he was arrested as if Mandela was on trial. We have seen this thing more than 50 years ago. In fact, this year, last year, we were celebrating 50 years of the Nyoka Clinic outside King William's Town. It is a clinic that was set up by Steve Biko and Dr. Mampele, at a place that was totally apolitical, but they brought in a clinic that made those people to be convinced that these are the people who are going to save us. And you go to Zimbabwe, the people are highly political now, and we see what happened to the government that did not provide that clinic. Why are we saying all of this? If we, as a state, do not attend to the needs, somebody is going to provide those needs. And they're not going to provide those needs in a legitimate manner, but through what we call crime. If we do not provide for and attend to the needs, we are actually creating a fertile environment for gangs, for criminals, and all those people to start planting their seeds. Remember, when you plant, we do not use a planter as seeds. So when you throw the seeds, it lands everywhere. And one of the places that it lands on is the IEC. Those are the seeds of crime that we're talking about. And the IEC will be affected by those seeds of crime. If I've got to talk about the people who are sitting there at the back with the yellow collars and the blue T-shirts, I think they need more than counseling. When I look at the faces, I can point one by one. That one was kidnapped, that one was held hostage, that one was robbed of a phone, that one was hijacked. All those people sitting there. We're talking about crime impacting directly on the IEC. And how is the IEC then supposed to carry out those services? Brenda will probably talk in detail about those things. Brenda will talk in detail, and Steph will talk in detail about situations where even the law enforcement agency says, it's better for you not to go in there. But the IEC has got a mandate to reach each and every voter who's eligible. Whether you're staying in Samora, in Avian Park, in Erses River, in Manenberg, even when you stay in an area where there's 26 this side and 28 this side, you're supposed to go there as a member of the IEC. The IEC has got a mandate to reach you and enable you to provide, enable you to utilize your democratic and constitutional right to vote. So the IEC cannot say, we can't go in there, it's too dangerous. But at what cost? To the IEC. And at what cost? To the voter. Llewellyn, you said that you used a very big word, man. Ja, die geleerde mense, ja. Ne? You said, crime pervades. Is that the right word, pervade? Ne? Every aspect of our life. And you are right, because as a Domini, how many times has the church been broken into? As a school, how many schools have been broken into? As the IEC, how many of the zip have been stolen and your members marked? As the police is supposed to protect the IEC provide, how many of your members have been hurt or killed in the line of duty of ensuring that people have the right to vote? When we talk about crime, we're not talking about theory. We find ourselves in a situation, especially women, a situation where women are scared to go and vote because it's too dark in winter. And they're coming from work at 6. It's too dark at 6 to go and vote. They find themselves in a situation where they cannot go for a special vote. the day before because they may lose their job because that is just a temporary job. Because she's just a maid there. If she does not go to work, somebody else will replace her. We find ourselves affected that way. And when she comes back home, she cannot go to the voting station, which is 100 meters away, in Samora, in Kailicha, in Manenberg, because she may be mugged, she may be raped, she may be robbed. That's the reality that we're talking about. We're talking about a reality where we have a security guard in an area where we have a temporary voting station, which is usually a tent, to look after the equipment and the tent. And so the security guard gets marked, man. Then so the car said, "And holy." Then how do people vote there? These are the realities that we're looking at and living with. I have not gone through the presentation yet because I feel that the things that emerged here speak to the presentation that we had. Michael, I'm trying to be clever. You're trying to use technology, bro. I want to look slim, man. Okay. But if we can get something on the, it's on there, yeah? Thanks. Oh yeah, I can net so. Yeah, in Cape Town, we're talking about gang violence. Gang violence is an outdated concept. We've gone beyond gangs. We've gone international. We're talking about cartels. Remember, the firm was the top Owens, but the firm are just boys to the international cartel. So we've graduated as Cape Townians. We're playing in the international league. And those kinds of crime affect us right down to the child who was shot 2 weeks ago, who's 9 years old, by somebody, when you dynamize the dots, is from a Colombian gang or cartel. One of the worrying aspects is what one of the speakers has alluded to. What we call gang sympathy. Enige mens wat van Manenberg af, kom hier so. Prof is van Manenberg. We've worked in Manenberg. One of the things, I do not want to tell you, Michael, because we would have had a heart attack in the last election. I hope that, was my massacre, and I hope she did not tell you. But there are certain areas in Manenberg in the last by-election where there were clear gang affiliations between two parties. Very clear. They do not declare it, but they notch. When you go in there as a mediator, VJ, you're from the IEC, nay, the IEC is some met, so-and-so. They tell you immediately. Then you know that they do not like that other party. I think some of our colleagues will attest to that, who've got more knowledge and insight and ability to investigate. So you find that gangs have started affiliating themselves. You find that there is a party now that is led by people who have been associated with gang activity, criticizing another party that has a similar history. So we do not know whether it's a new way of fighting gang differences or turf through politics. Is it that? Are we politicizing crime? And as we say in ngesiXhosa, i-IEC izochatshazelwa ligazi. The IEC will be whatever. Come with a big English one. When two people fight and one gets hurt, the blood will splatter on the innocents, and the IEC is the innocent. And we cannot avoid it because it's your job as the IEC to be there. We spoke about that, people being scared to go out and vote. We'll just summarize that. It's the same thing, actually. You go to an area like Tambo. Tambo, this side, just a small road. It's Manenberg, this side. But ideologically, politically, culturally, that road could be the same distance as New York and Cape Town. You'd find that the people this side have got political affiliations to another party, and the people this side, the neighbor just across the road, cannot be bigger than from here to the first table. But the differences are big. And the tensions are big. And the IEC is on that road. In Avian Park, for people who come from Worcester, or Asping Massacre, that side. Avian Park, the issue has been coming on since 2017, Steph, where people cannot go and vote because there's only one library. And the library falls on the side of the other gang. So what? Where does the rest of the community vote? You cannot go in there. If you're staying in the Rooi Dakke, then you cannot go to there. If you're staying this side of the township, you cannot go and vote there. It's something that comes up all the time when we need two diners to vote. So these are the challenges and the issues that the IEC finds itself involved in or affected by. As we say that, yeah, man. I don't laugh when nobody. You know, I'm a much when it comes to these things. You know? The IEC has acknowledged the impact of the crime. And as we say, in areas like Marikana, you know, in Marikana, Mos, who knows Marikana? Yeah, but no, not the one in Joburg, no? The one here, no? Yeah, when you go to Marikana, Dion, you'd know, no? When I go to Marikana, I don't wear a jacket like this in a parade. Like I wear a cap, and I even change my walk. And I greet the outies. I don't say good afternoon. I say "Eta," because you need to adapt. It's not only Marikana; it's everywhere. As my mother would say, she was an Anglican priest. And her church was the Church of Renaissance in Manenberg. And she used to say, "My kind, as je in Manenberg werk, dan moet je Tsotsitaal ken. Even a nun speaks Tsotsitaal in Manenberg. In order to be effective you need to adapt. So the IEC, what is it that the IEC needs to adapt to its approach in the light of this shifting environment? Especially the crime-ridden environment. What is it as the IEC that we need to change in our approach? Do we still need to rely, no, we'll have 2 stationary cops at the voter station and the cop cannot go outside the gate? The one of the approaches that has been found to be effective is the panel of mediators. The panel of mediators are mediators who are drawn from communities, who've got experience of those communities, who know those communities, who know the dynamics of those communities. Dis nie net mense wat geleer het is how to mediate. No. It's somebody who can speak Tsotsitaal, it's somebody who can speak the local language, it's somebody who knows the dynamics, it's somebody who knows the gang boss in that area. It's somebody who has the contacts and the network in those areas. Those are the people who make up the mediators. And without giving the mediators too much credit, I think the IEC can testify to the effectiveness of that approach, at least in the Western Cape. Without taking up too much time, we've said the impact of crime. When you ask people to put together a presentation, to me, I just used to this thing and everything comes out. Now it comes in like that. And that is true. The argument that crime in Cape Town's working class is not just a policing issue. It's more than a policing issue. It's more than a policing issue. It's a symptom of chronic underdevelopment and more. However, on the other hand, the people who know best how to resolve the issues in their communities are members of that community. We work with that. That would, because if there's something at block 15 in Escort Court and you phone the police, the policeman is van Grabouw will be coming there. Does not know block 15 and does not know the guys. He may walk past the person that he's looking for. And the people in that block and in Manenberg know exactly who sent that person to do that. And that is the approach that the IEC, to a certain or limited level, is applying. And if we need to post Michael and Courtney, in certain areas, even intelligence, they would ask you, where did you get that information? That information comes from those communities. They don't have trained spies with dark glasses and earpieces, the IEC, they don't have that. But they speak to the communities, and the communities give them the information that they need, that they can then feed into the system and resolve issues in those communities. We know the tale of two cities narrative around Cape Town. Where some areas are very safe and some areas are not so safe. But does it still hold? Cape Town used to be Cape Town and the Cape Flats. Manimieri. The affluent Cape Town used to be safe, and the Cape Flats used to be unsafe. But where do the gang bosses live? In Constantia, Meebroer, and Camps Bay. Where do you get murders happening? In Constantia, and you scrack yourself, moeg. Because that's where these guys stay. In Bishop's Court. There's attempted assassinations, gang-related. So is it still the old Cape Town of the Cape Flats and the affluent Cape? No more. Crime moves. Crime migrates. And resources enable that. Okay. We as IEC, sorry, have I got the right to say we? Because I'm not employed yet by the IEC. The IEC has acknowledged that crime affects disability. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking to the parties and all the people who are here. And as I say, they don't work in isolation. We work with the CPFs, we work with the security structures, because we cannot do it alone. However, we need to deepen our approach of working with communities and gather what we call community intelligence. We need that. As an expert, there's three manner, unfortunate manner that I know who are dealing with policing. I think there's very little in terms of intelligence, very little written about community intelligence. We rely on formal structures when it comes to intelligence. Crime intelligence, SSA, and that military intelligence, they are very outdated in this kind of situation. So we need to start utilizing community intelligence more. In conclusion, we say the interaction of crime and politics, it reflects a deeper structural inequalities. And these, in order to address these things, require not only enhanced security, but more than that, as we said, but long-term investment in social infrastructure, economic opportunity, and community empowerment. Many speakers said youth employment or providing opportunities for youth can go a long way in addressing some of the things that we spoke about. In baie dankie.
Good day, everybody. My name is Brenda Yalzo. I'm a local electoral project coordinator that is based in the Khayelitsha area. It's an honor to address you today on behalf of the Metro local project coordinators. There's 14 of us in the Metro. I'll be addressing you now on the impact of crime on electoral project, on impact on electoral operations and the voter turnout. As I've mentioned, there is 14 of us that are operating. There's my colleagues at the back, 14 of us operating in the Metro, and we know how is the Metro. But Jeff just mentioned now, we have affluent areas, we have the townships, we have the Cape Flats. All of us are working in those different areas, okay? I wanted to give you a brief, what is it that as the LIPO we are doing our duties, because now you'll say, who is that one at the IEC? There's a lot, but there's a lot of duties that we are doing, but I just want to touch base few things that we do. Our responsibility is to oversee the electoral operations across all these 14 metro areas. And each area has its unique socio-political dynamic. As I've mentioned, we are in the townships, we are in the Cape Flats, we are in the affluent areas. Okay, our duties include these. We confirm the voting stations. If you see to it when we have voter registration events and elections, in those voting stations, we must confirm them before we utilize them. So we conduct the voter education and we do voter registration. Our voter registration is an ongoing It's an ongoing basis where we need to increase our voters' role and maintain and manage our voters' role. We engage with different stakeholders, such as all these stakeholders that are here. We're talking about the CPF, community leaders, political parties, councillors, and also the securities, that is SEPs. And the most important one, we manage the elections. One thing I wanted just to highlight, I'm going to briefly explain, is what happened is there's delimitation of voting district boundaries after the municipality demarcation processes. Municipality Demarcation Board is in charge of ward boundaries and the municipality boundaries. We are doing delimitation. We're in charge of aligning the voting district boundaries as the IEC. But I wanted the political parties, if they are here, the constituencies that they are in, especially in the township, to go and explain to the communities what is the difference between MDB, what is the difference between delimitation. Because what happens is the people on the ground, that is the community, they don't know the difference. If they have been moved from this ward, Ward 95, I'm going to make an example, and they are being moved to Ward 97, they are unhappy with the movement. The only thing that is their mind is the IEC did this. The IEC did this. And you find out you are visited in your office because you have a local office that is in the township, and they want to come and confront you about that. But I'm going to go in detail what happened in the other year when we were almost attacked because of demarcation and delimitation that they did not understand, that they didn't understand the difference, okay? I've mentioned what all these duties, and these tasks require us to go physically, to be present in the field. As a result, we are often directly exposed to real-time living conditions that are faced by the community. When we go out there, we go out to the voting stations, okay? We do the demarcation, the delimitation. We go to the voter education. We do in our areas. We are there. We know what our areas and their social dynamics entail, okay? Then, we are also the first people to be exposed in crime, because what happens is we drive, we walk those areas. There's a community and social challenges, if you can say, talk about social ills. Our community in which we operate face multiple socio-economic challenges that contribute to crime and instability. These includes the social dynamics that is defined by inequality, unemployment, especially in the black and colored area. This is where we are being more exposed when it comes to crime as election officials. Okay. There's high crime rate. There's substance abuse in the areas that you are working within, alcohol and drugs. There's youth unemployment. And as the IEC officials, we always do voter education. How do we convince the youth that they must vote, but they are unemployed? They've got degrees, they've got matric, but they are unemployed. Now I'm standing there, I'm saying, you must vote. And the youth is asking me, why must I vote when I'm unemployed? There are gang activities that are happening. We work in all these different areas where there's shooting, okay? And you'll find out we are at risk as the IEC officials because we are going into those areas. There's one common one, especially in the black communities now. We have extortion and robbery. People are being killed out there every day because of extortion. You have a small business, they come to collect. If you don't give them money, it's shoot to kill. They go to the schools and collect the teachers. You tell me, are they doing business? They are not doing any business, but they are being collected. The aunties that are selling fat cook in the schools, they are being collected. You tell me, how much are you earning when you are selling fat cook and drinks and someone comes and say to you, give me that money? That is how it goes. It's bad out there. And this is killing the economy Because people who are self-employed in the townships, now they need to close their businesses because they are worrying about their lives to be at risk. And then we have a gender-based violence. We see every day what is happening to the women out there and the kids that are being attacked, raped in the areas that we are working in. The very same areas that we are working in, there's food insecurities. People are hungry. People are unemployed. These are the areas that we are working in. They are staying in the overcrowded living conditions, informal settlements, where it's very much overcrowded. There's poor sanitation in the areas that you are working in. You'll find out, you go out there, there's leaking, there's stunt, it's smelling. These are the conditions that the people that we work with are staying in. And then we are saying, all these conditions, they create the tension within the communities, which makes delivering of electoral safety effectively more difficult because it affects us. I'll make an example right now. A voting station in Marikana during National Registration Weekend could not open because the IEC was used as a tool to protest for housing and lack of services delivery. They say, we will not open this voting station because we don't have houses, we don't have water, we don't have proper sanitation. You are not going to open the voting station. SAPS could not do anything. The voting station was not open on a national registration weekend in Philippi, in Marikana. These are the tensions that we are talking about that drive people now to use IEC as a tool. Now, the impact of crime on us now as electoral officials, what happens is the crime has a real effect on electoral officials. We face direct threats during field work. I'll make an example now. What we do, our duties, we do the pamphlet drop during the by-elections, okay? We need to inform people that there is a registration weekend. We need to inform the community in that ward that has a by-election. There is a by-election now. Now, how do we walk those streets safely? I will make an example of Mynenberg, where the by-election in Mynenberg. And I'm telling you, I'm one of the people that feared for my life. I said, wow, how do I go in Mynenberg and walk the streets? What happens is, the IEC official met with the CPF members, met with SAPS, they talked, okay? And then what happens on the day? Let me say. CPF and SAPS was visible, but CPF, they walked with us on the roads. They saw to it we are safe. And one of the positive things that we do as IEC, we employ people that are staying within the area so that when they see them, they know the faces. But CPF of Mynenberg, I must give credit to them if they are here. And thumbs up, we were safe in Mynenberg because of them, because they walked the streets with us. We were safe. Another thing that we do when we walk the street, we have special votes. Special votes, it's when people apply for special votes. It's people that are disabled, infirmity, and anyone that is unable to go to the voting station on the election day. Now, what happens is we go in those houses and areas where it's gang violence. You'll find out SAPS is there, political parties are there, IEC officials are there. There's shooting every now and again in those areas, but we risk our lives because we want to see to it people have voted. And then another disadvantage that we have. Let me go to and explain what happens is when we work in the informal settlement. We have informal settlements that have roads, proper roads. We have informal settlements that don't have roads. What happens is you will park your car there. You need to walk in between the alleys now, in the spaces, to go and register that person who have made a special vote. Now, SEPS is asking, we are not safe here. If these people now jump out in between these alleys and grab our guns, what do we do? You tell me now. SEPS are not safe. The IEC officials are going to be much vulnerable there. That is what we are faced out there. So that is what is happening. Another thing is we have the IEC cars. We have branded cars at the IEC. But now what happened, IEC has non-branded cars because I was fearing for our lives because I work in Khayelitsha. I go deep inside the informal settlement. I'm driving a branded car of the IEC to do my work. One person or two person or a group just says, yeah, we don't have houses. We don't have houses here. We don't have toilets. And just those words just incite violence. You'll find out you are in a risky position because those people can take you out and burn the car. But fortunately now, we have non-branded cars. When you drive in those informal settlements, you know you're driving a car because they cannot identify who you are. There's occasions, SEPS raise concerns about escorting us into high-risk areas like Marikana and Side Beam. Even we have SEPS. There are occasions where SEPS have requested us, can't you change this voting station in this position because it's so much unsafe? That's what they said. A new EPC, Lipo now, went to SEPS because she was told she cannot go to Marikana without being escorted by SEPS. She sat on the chair 2 hours waiting for SEPS to escort her to go to Marikana and do her job. You find out there's a delay process there. SEPS came out and said, listen, do you know we are also scared of Marikana? They are humans. They should be scared of Marikana because Marikana is unsafe, okay? This is me now giving a suggestion to my colleague. I said, listen here, you go to Marikana. When you go out there and look into the voting station, just ask, where are the community leaders? Where are the committee leaders? Who can you contact and meet? Because this is going to make your life very much easier. People on the ground, they are the ones that can that protect us. Because if you have a meeting with them and tell them, you don't have to call SEPS, you call them when you come next time, listen, I'm coming to visit there at Marikana. They will make arrangements for you so that you are able to go into Marikana instead of waiting 3 hours time and sitting at the police station because of your safety. But your work is not moving. That's what we are facing out there. Another thing that is happening on the crime that impacts on IEC officials, many of our colleagues risk being robbed, assaulted, caught in gang violence while on duty. It's even worse, the staff that returns on an election day in the early hours of the morning, they are not safe. We have notable crimes that have happened to us now as the Lipos. During the event, a dry run event in Marikana, there's common places that you always hear. There was a VMD was robbed from the presiding officer and the area manager in Marikana, and there was nothing that they could do. Our tents, when we have temporal voting stations where we use tents. A tent was burnt in Sikalo informal settlement in Mitchell's Plain, and we had to replace the tent as soon as possible because people could not vote because the tent was burnt. In Malawi camp, a tent was burnt the election day, and SAPS couldn't do anything because, as I said, we are being used as the tool to protest for service delivery. In my area inside B, a tent was cut by a knife all over. They attacked the security guard that was there inside B, in Khayelitsha. A furniture in Khayelitsha, inside the tent. This is now after the election day. What they did, they stole the whole furniture of the tent that is inside in Khayelitsha, in Ndlovini. They stole a generator in Table View that was in the tent. Other incidences, we have, may his soul rest in peace, we have Butimzamo, one of our Lipos that was working at, that was allocated during the by-election at Thabo Mbeki Informal Settlement. He was held hostage. Why was he held hostage? Because the community wanted us to use a certain voting station, not that other voting station. They wanted us to employ people that have been verified by them, not the people that have been verified by us. Why all of this? It's because when they say, why are you using that voting station, not one? We pay for the voting station. Now they were losing money because we did not use that certain voting station. He was held to hostage, and SAPS was called in, and SAPS intervened. A Lipo was robbed in Elsis River while doing lease agreements. His possessions were taken, that is the cell phone and the wallet. It was in Ward 37, Lusaka in Nyanga. An attempted hijacking happened when the two ladies that are there at the back were driving the IEC car during the by-election. That is an attempted hijacking. An ABC assistant project coordinator was held at gunpoint inside B, where his phone was taken. And now, let me refer to myself. I came from Makaza, from a voting station. It was around 10 a.m. I came to fetch a lease agreement. While coming from there, I'm driving a branded IEC car. Now I'm on the road. The Chafta Masemula Road it is used to be called Lansdowne Road. I'm seeing the guys here coming to me, holding a gun. Hey, stop. You know, when they rob you, they say all these nasty words. And I said to myself, you know what? I'm not going to stop here. Let me just go down, hold the steering wheel safe, and then I'm screaming like hell. I passed them because I'm saying to myself, if I stop there, there's a possibility they will take my belongings and they'll shoot me. So let them shoot me while I'm driving. That was me. And I never reported that to the police because I thought to myself, I'm safe, that I just have to tell the colleagues at the office. And there's a lot that has been done. Again, in Mynenberg, the AM and the Lipo are delivering the T-shirts in the early hours of the morning, around about 5 o'clock at the voting stations. While delivering, they were robbed those boxes, some of the boxes of the T-shirts in Mynenberg. You find out the staff that was working didn't have the attires now during the election day that they are representing the IEC. Let me come to the demarcation and delimitation issue. What happens is, they came to our office holding the porta-pottas, if you still remember the porta-pottas, the mess from the portable toilets. Remember they threw it in at the airport? I think everyone knows that. They brought those at our office because they say, why did we change the, why did we move them from Ward 95 to Ward 97? This is what I was saying. If their constituencies and the councillors and the sub-council officers can explain to the people on the ground that IEC has nothing to do with that, but we were scapegoats. Building up to that, That voting station could not open on the voting day because they are still complaining that it's the IEC that did that. But what happened is, Jeff, the police, everybody was there, even Derek, Mr. Marco had to come out from the provincial office and go to that voting station to intervene. The voting station is supposed to open at 7 o'clock, but the voting station was open right about 11 a.m. Those are the things that we are working under as the IEC officials. These are not the isolated incidents. They represent the everyday risks that our IEC officials face in the field. Now, what is the impact of crime on communities and voter turnout? These challenges extend beyond the officials and affect the very communities we serve. Many residents live in constant fear with daily life dictated by gang violence and robberies. And we said people are scared to go to the voting stations because they do not want to be casualties being shot by guns. And the other ones are being robbed. Crime ultimately suppresses the voter turnout as people fear leaving their homes. Youth and other citizens grow increasingly apathetic about registering and voting, believing government cannot provide even the most basic level of safety and employment. And the highlight is, we are looking at the youth that doesn't want to go and vote, okay, to carry the baton to the next generations and be the leaders of tomorrow. And this is the youth that does not want to vote. The consequences that have been observed due to crime, we have already seen some of the results: decline in voter number of recent election. I just made a few examples here about the metro figures, not the national figures, for NPE, that is the national and provincial election. In 2014, a total population of registered people was 1,911,000, but the total votes casted in 2014 was 1.4 million. In 2019, the total registered population in the metro was 2,008,243. The total votes that were casted is 1,402,000. In 2024, the total registered population in the metro was 2,100,000, but the total casted vote was 2,296,000 that voted in 2014. And we are not saying it's not the only crime that has an impact of declining. There's so many challenges and socio-economic challenges that are affecting the decline of the numbers of people who don't want to go and vote. We even say there's a growing political disengagement. What we have observed. In the Khayelitsha area, we have an e-voting event where we invited political parties, different stakeholders, and all that. People didn't come. You'll find that people are not interested anymore. Even SEPs who are meant to safeguard the elections face their own safety and concerns that affect their ability to support the Electoral Commission effectively. What about us as the IEC officials who are vulnerable? What is the way forward to reduce the impact of crime as IEC officials? We are saying, as an observation, if there can be a collaboration, commitment to work more closely with community organizations such as CPF, SANCO, community leaders, political parties, because IEC and these organizations have the same goal, which is to shape the environment that is conducive for our voters. And we are saying the people on the ground, that is the community members, are the people we need to engage more so that we can be protected as the IEC officials. Management must engage with SEPs, must engage with SEPs leadership on dedicated resources allocation during voter registration and election period. We know SEPs don't have all those resources. You'll find out that the cars are not limited, but if the management can engage with SEPs leadership to provide all these resources to SEPs. And how do we lower the crime? Broader strengthening of criminal justice system must be tightened. In conclusion, colleagues, crime is not just a law enforcement issue. It is a democratic issue. It threatens electoral operation. It suppresses voter turnout. It undermines the vote. It undermines the very legitimacy of democratic system. As LIPOs, we remain committed to serving our communities, but we are constrained with current realities and cannot overcome them alone. A collective response from the IEC, the government, the law enforcement, and communities themselves is essential if we are to ensure that election remains safe, credible, accessible to all South African citizens. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamputa and Sis Brenda. The young ones will be saying "Siloku sibabazile nje," as Brenda is talking, meaning with every word uttered, we are in amazement. But ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mamputa says the IEC has become a bait for community demands. And also what happens when law intelligence says you don't go there, it's dangerous. Now, what does the IEC do in those instances? We know that with the Electoral Commission, we are all about inclusion. That's basically the sense of going to vote. Now, when there is a situation where there is turf wars in the community, and the voting station is in one area. Now, what do we do in terms of inclusion? Do we continue with that voting station knowing that the other community won't go to that particular voting station? So these are the realities that we continue to live with as the Electoral Commission, as we continue to do our work. Thank you very much, colleagues, for showing us those lived realities in our daily lives as we try to do our work. Right now, I'll then call upon Mr. de Klerk to do the facilitation for us for the interactive sections that will have all of us here. Mr. de Klerk. Thank you, sir. He will be facilitating the session for us, whereafter he'll then call upon Mr. Hendricks, our Provincial Electoral Officer, who will then give the summary and closure of our session. Over to you, Mr. de Klerk.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling? Okay, while we see if are there roving mics or what are we going to do with getting people to chat? Okay, have all of you introduced yourself to the people on either side of you, behind you? Yes, no? Can I do a pop quiz here quickly and ask you who's sitting next to you? No? You haven't done that? Well, do it now quickly while we get the mics out there. Just quickly say hello to the people on either side of you. Didn't we just say that the IEC is about inclusion, partnership, and participation? And the first thing to do is your partners are currently in the room. These are the people that you're going to be calling upon when something is needed as far as the election is concerned. Okay, we're going to try to keep the session to about half an hour, and then we're going to serve you a well-deserved lunch. Unlike in the police, where meetings have to go 3 hours before you can eat. And as Michael knows and the judge knows, when you have all these meetings like jocks and stuff, you have to keep it 3 hours, right, Michael, before you can feed people. So I think we've kept you long enough now to be able to feed you. Is it okay if we keep it for the interactive session to about half an hour? Is that okay? We are running late, and we appreciate that. I'm not going to stand up here all the time. We're going to be talking to one another. Please, let's focus on, we've set the scene, we understand the situation we're in. We're now asking, what can we do? And what are we trying to do? We're trying to create a conducive environment to deliver a free and fair election. But also, remember, the IEC's task is not merely to deliver an election, it's to strengthen democracy. So you also would have heard about issues of governance and participation in democratic life, because it's the entire electoral process that has to be protected, and so too the integrity of the IEC as an institution. So that's the kind of solutions we're looking at. Is that okay? So please, when you speak, just introduce yourself. Just say, hi, my name is, my mother gave me this name and it means this. No, simply just say, my name is that, I'm from wherever, if that's okay with you. And then let's be solution focused. What can we do? There'll be people taking notes. I know there are people online, so we'll take people in the room and we'll also take from those online. Is that okay? Okay, so I've spoken enough for now. Who wants to go first? Sorry, my name is Irvin, if you haven't heard. Last name declared, no relation? Are you sure? I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been invited to the family farm or divvying up the family estate yet. I did meet his wife the other day, and I'm still trying to get her to invite me so that I can also inherit. But for the moment, I just know we share a common last name. Please, if you would.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is... I feel like I'm in school now. Hi everyone, my name is Llewellyn and I come from Difuna Ukwazi. Thank you first, maybe. Thank you to IEC for organizing this space. I think it's a very important space to have these conversations. One of the things is, because as in Difuna Ukwazi, we also work with communities from different communities. One of the things that we have realized, you know, when you are working with communities is that there's a lot of work that you must do to gain the trust. Because the communities have lost trust because people come, even NGOs, you know, come and, you know, whether they will get a research and then they will leave after that. So there's a lot of work then that an NGO or whatever entity needs to do to get the trust from the leaders and from the communities. As we are then proposing way forwards, I want to propose that maybe IEC, you know, can actually, instead of maybe engaging with ward councillors or leaders who do not take this information to the communities, but to engage the leaders, for leaders to convene spaces where IEC can be able to to address the communities. And I think that work must not be done when it's close to elections, because the relationship must be built. By the time when elections are there is already strong relationships between IEC and community members. So I just wanted to propose that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're a year out from an election, right, Michael? And I think what's being called upon is that the work needs to start now. In fact, it doesn't stop. And you're saying IEC needs to go find those people who are credible in communities, who work there daily, and work alongside them and build that relationship. Yeah? Is that more or less what you're saying? Yeah. Absolutely. Where's the next mic? Is there a mic on this side? Nope. Okay. And then we'll come to you.
My name is Tobane Damane. I come from a political party called African Transformation Movement, ATM. I need to congratulate the IEC. I do not see a lot of my colleagues here who normally attend these meetings. I think it's important, it starts there, that when these kind of programs are brought to our attention, we do come, especially us as political parties, when we speak in our society, we are ahead of, we are listened to. I think that's the first solution, that we need to pay attention in all the programs that IEC is bringing to us, so that we're able to vocal our dissatisfaction, whether they are there or not. I can confirm I do see Mrs. Brenda very often in Khayelitsha. So it starts from us. The second thing, I think, from a law perspective, when we arrived at the political landscape as ATM, we raised a very controversial discussion to say, how do we ensure that the value or the rights of the person, the offender, and the rights of the person that has been offended cannot be the same. In other words, criminals today kill as if killing is fashionable. And the only thing that they receive is a sentence, it's life in jail. After some years, they get parole, and then they come back into society. That family is again vulnerable. And the same individual who has offended, killed a number of people, gets to enjoy your lunch, your dinner, and everything in prison. So we said at one stage that, why don't, instead of these people enjoying all those benefits, they come out whilst they are still in jail, come clean their streets, come play an active role in society, showing their remorse of what they've done, instead of us feeding them our tax money for life, and they come back, they do nothing. That's the first thing. It should start there. The second thing that we need to do, I think it's very much important that as political leaders, to understand that the people which are leading are not our people. It's people of God. God created them. So therefore, you cannot tell me that I cannot campaign in Ward 14 as an ATM leader. That's your space. Because if I enforce there, you start having a criminal mind that let's deal with this one. Now, when a political leader talks that particular language of dealing, you know. So we need to change our mindset as political parties and political leaders to say we participate in elections not because we want power at all costs. We present our manifesto so that people vote for that manifesto. If I'm defeated, I must not become a threat or a problem to the councillors won, but I must be able to say, how best can we then, you have won. How best can we then take the society further? But if I as a politician who have won, I've lost, I'm going to create chaos, then that word obviously is not going to be a correct word. And criminals are very clever. When they see this word is not well led, they take that space and they make sure that they take those who have lost to gang against the one that was won. So we have a very important, we have to show political will, all of us as political parties. And one thing I want to end up by saying, and I'm going to repeat this, we normally criticize IEC. And of course we must do to keep them on their toes, but also we have to play a critical role in participating when there's a programs of this kind. And not say, no, it's not important. I call a friend of mine who's from a political party, ask why you're not here. No, I will pay there next year. I said, they're talking about crime here. It's serious. So it's important that I fought at the local level when we had that IEC meeting to my fellow colleagues. I said, guys, do you know the demarcation board? They went to you there at local level, but you were not there. So you cannot come during election and complain about a voting station that is not moved. So the point is that we need to have a political will and participate as political parties in programs of this kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we move the mic on that side? So there's an urgent plea for political parties to listen to other political parties and accept responsibility for their participation, yeah? And create the kind of space in which everybody can compete without fear and freely. So thank you for that, because it's only political parties and representatives and independents who can speak to other political parties and other entities. So thank you for that plea. So that's a plea from your fellow political person to all of us. So there was you've got the mic, hold on, just hold on for the moment. Just give us a second. You next. There's somebody over there, then we'll come to you. Okay, thank you.
My name is Fisam Debuga. I'd like to give a round of applause to the IEC. However, my concern again lies on youth participation, especially in politics. Our generation, I'm still a youth, they seem to be apolitical and they tend to divorce themselves from participating in politics. They don't understand the significance of politics. However, if the IEC can create programs where they can understand that the politics, the current generation or the generation that is actually holding in parliament, those started politics at the early age, now they are there. So now there's a disengagement or a segregation between the elders and the youth. In a nutshell, that you need to understand that currently there's no leadership or anyone who can take as a president, because particularly youngsters are not recognized. However, if IEC can also implement those programs, particularly in the basic education level, from starting to a primary, high school, and varsity. Already university is active, but however, now it's diminishing because of the loss of touch and trust from political activism. But the most significant part, we should take this from the modus operandi of the Asian tigers, particularly the Chinese and the Japanese. They tend to teach their offspring their culture, study it, understand by heart. So if we can start our youngsters at an early age to understand the significance of politics, that whatever you do in all spheres of life is integrated upon politics. Whether you eat, you sleep, you drive, everything that you do, the food that you eat is influenced by politics. For instance, there's war in Ukraine and Russia. If you can remember, there was once upon a time the cooking oil, the price was high because we couldn't have that thing. You understand? That's influenced by politics. The clothing that you wear, it's influenced by politics. Currently, people are using the mobile phones such as Apple. That's part of politics because USA is doing its marketing and they're outshining that the Samsungs and so forth. But not that the Apple or Samsung is not a best phone. They are best phones, but the marketing part is very good. And also, they need to understand that youngsters, if they don't entertain political sphere at this moment, then who's going to lead the country? Are we meaning that the current generation in new millennium, there's not going to be a successor? No. So are we urge that if IEC could also try to make emphasis in letting the youth in the basic to higher learning, that you participating leads us? Because now currently, if you can check in IEC, you got elders there working. After them, who's going to work in IEC? You understand? So we'd like to request that IEC could also, if possible, not only provide stakeholders. Yes, stakeholders are there, but if you can see, the stakeholders are elder people. You barely see youngsters here, and there are many youngsters. So that's what we're requesting.
Thank you, and thank you for your participation as a young person. Let me assure you that the people you see here, can we pass on the mic to behind there? Then we'll go to the gentleman over there. So thank you to you, and we're going to put the challenge back to you. As a young person, what got you here, and how can you bring other young people along, right? Yet the IEC takes that message. Thank you. Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Don Mtobela, and I am representing the Pan-Africanist Congress of Tanzania, a political party. Okay, thank you. I don't want to be repeating of what has been said before me, but I want to thank IEC for having to organize this thought-provoking session with experts on a number of key thematic areas that are of concern to our society and our communities and the environment that we are working on as political parties. Now, there's one point that I felt very strong about it as the session was unfolding on the participation of the relevant role players in the election process, your political parties, the law enforcement, the IEC, and other institutions. Participation of political parties on a number of areas. One presenter here before in the earlier session spoke on the role of ethics, the conduct, and the behavior of political parties, of which I think most of conflicts during elections are coming out of political parties due to contestation and all the processes that leads towards the elections. But I know for the fact that there are some other people who are participating online that makes that maybe the number of people that were expected here, it might be bigger than the one that I can see. Now, I was standing with a question in mind to say that since IEC has managed to bring all the experts here and the participants in the election process to talk about these issues that are of concern to us, all of us, because elections concerns every one of us and it's the future for us all. What is the next step from here? Is it that we will just talk about these things and then we pack our bags and go? And then we are on the eve of elections. And the situation, like from the presenters, they reported us on incidents that took place in the previous years, that I think in these coming elections and other, we must expect more of such kind of incidents happening. Therefore, it says to me then, what needs to be happening? Or is there any remedial action in place that we prepare ourselves to say that should such kind of incidents happen, and therefore what might be a mechanism in place to combat that? Now, my answer from what you are expecting from me was that I think that the presentations and the in-depth research on some of the key aspects that are a problem towards us having free and fair elections it might not be the only solution. There might be some of other solutions. Might be that the role players in the process of elections should come up with a sort of a task team that might be looking at all these problems that have been identified here and to seek for a solution. It might not be a committee of ordinary people like myself, because some of these incidents are of a scientific nature, or some of those. They need more in-depth studying as to how the solution can be found in having to conduct free and fair elections. You see, there were a number of issues that were mentioned here. The frustrations of the people, the voters, who had so high expectations out of the democratic dispensation after all the yesteryears. And then all those good promises that political parties made to people didn't function, didn't materialize. And that might be one of the frustration that our people come across up with. So I think the committee, I'm not saying that we must have that. Maybe there are a number of committees that have been set up, but they didn't come with solutions to their problems. But we need more of think tanks to sit around these topics and say, have to come with a solution to their problems. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a hand over there. Can you, in the meantime, think of a space where you participate where we can also address some of these issues? I can think of at least one. Okay? So that's a challenge back to you. We're going to go to the lady over there, we'll come to another woman, and then we'll come back to you. Is that okay? And then we'll come back to you. So thank you. Please. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Takazi Tatani. I came from Solidarity Space. Firstly, I would like to say thank you to IEC for this productive workshop they do, and also I've learned a lot. But I'm standing just to say or to ask a little thing about youth. Nowadays, youth has been forgotten that are the people that are in this world. And most of the things they are taken outside while they are the ones who help to build the legacy and to change this world. In these situations like this, suppose there's a lot of youth people so that they can understand the ins and outs of IEC. Because the reason why they don't vote is because they are lacking the understanding of why they vote. And also they have started complaining about IEC, not knowing exactly what is happening in the field. But if anyone can be able to try by all means to build a relationship with youth, then there's gonna be a big impact in this world. Because nowadays we're complaining that we don't get a job because of IEC. Yet IEC doesn't do anything beside that. Because IEC also are the human beings who want to see the progress and also the beautiful outcomes in this world. But because of it, there are people who are, I don't know how can I put it. But there are people who want to take well to them by destroying what can I speak in Xhosa? Yes. Ndifuna ukuthi namhlanje ko wonke umuntu olapha ukuba ulutsha lungake lunikwe ithuba lufundiswe licaciselwe kakuhle ukuba lento ipolitics ithini sikule ndawo sikuyo namhlanje kwenzeke ntoni ngoba izinto ezininzi ezifana nezi ulutsha namhlanje lubekwa ngaphandle kuzawuhamba iminyaka abantu abasemagunyeni ngoku babe badala baphelelwe kubani ozoba sesikhundleni kubani ozoxelela abantu abasezayo kuba ngaba sikule ndawo besiqale phi sathini and abantu ulutsha oluninzi ngoku alivoti not kuba abafuna uvota ngoba bane anger ienga ethi sine 30 years ngoku kuthiwa sikwi democracy iphi idemocracy Instead of kube khona democracy, there's a high rate of crime, there's a high rate of teenage pregnancy, and there's a high rate of gender-based violence. So where is the democracy? It's true we can't vote without understanding what exactly is happening in the field. There must be someone who can take accountable to teach exactly what is happening. Because you can't join something that you don't even understand, whether it's going to help you or not. We've been voting, but we are staying in the communities where there is no difference. Instead of our ward councillors to take accountability, it's worse. So this is the anger, and this is the reason why youth doesn't go to vote. Because they say that, how can I go to vote while my mother is struggling? Why even me, I can't make my mother happy? So if anyone here who has an authority and who has a way to uplift the knowledge of youth, please do so. We've been praying to get these chances, but we don't get it. And I'm afraid, because even the jobs now, they say from 18 to 35 years. Mind you, you stay there in the informal settlement. You don't know anything, you don't know the steps that you're supposed to do in order to change your life. Then at the end of the day, they're gonna say that youth doesn't want to do anything. It's not like they don't want to do, but they are lacking. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, it's very clear that the IEC has a lot of work to do, okay? When the IEC starts that work and who they do it, it's also true that there's a lot that the IEC does that we don't know about. The IEC, in some extent, is its own worst enemy. Over the time during the elections, the IEC is one of the biggest employers. It employed 60% unemployed youth in the last election. It goes from a couple of thousand people to a couple of 100,000 people over a very short period of time. Is that enough? Probably never going to be enough. Seriously, you're right, Sissy, it's never going to be enough. So it does seem that we all have to put shoulder to the wheel, and we all have to hold each other's hands and hold each other accountable, including those who stand for public office. Yeah? So let's listen to your plea and let's see how we can do better. Is that okay? Thank you. Please, can we go with you, and then I'll come back. And then we'll come back to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents.
The room pretty much. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Crystal Mafiki. I'm from the Western Cape Provincial Council of Churches. Thanks to the IEC for this session. I just want to cite two things that Dr. MacMaster has said in his presentation, and that is the fact that we need to acknowledge that we as South Africans are in a deep moral crisis. And really, the responsibility is that we should be the agents of change. I think that the approach, there should be a change of approach. Maybe the faith-based community could have a big impact. So maybe we should look at how can we do voter education or mobilization through faith-based organizations. And this is the Christian community, Muslim community, each and every faith-based organization, and then also our people on the ground, the CPFs, the peoples working in our communities, the organizations there. If we can identify these organizations, these faith-based organizations, community, whoever, to have these kind of sessions where they can then impact in the community again and do the work from there, and just to change the minds of people.
Minds and heart. Thank you. Thanks for that, Crystal. Please go ahead. And then we'll skip to those two, and then we'll see anybody else.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kaya. I am from the Western Cape Provincial Parliament here in Cape Town. I just want to reflect, maybe just for the benefit of the colleagues, because a lot of speakers have mentioned the issue of voter education. So mine is to share perhaps maybe a good story, something that we are doing already with the IEC actually, because we do have a collaborative agreement with the IEC. And as part of that and what we are doing, because I am from the Public Education and Outreach Unit, so we collaborate with the IEC on a number of voter education initiatives across the province. If I maybe can just share, I think it was towards the end of last year, we were in a small community of Kranshoek, in Kranshoek, yes, in Blydenburg Bay. And this issue of ward demarcation, and we had the colleagues from IEC came up. So, and unfortunately, because we had the colleagues there, you know, it was, the community could get the answers and could also get the information in relation to that process. But I think mine really, what I wanted to say, even to the, yes, from the Council of Churches, the Western Cape Provincial Parliament is open to any of the stakeholders, for example, the colleagues from the Funa Ukwazi, that have mentioned the issue of education, because our educational project really focuses on the Section 19 of the Constitution, you know, people's political rights and how people can participate. And even in our institution recently, for example, we had a children's parliament that we hosted where we invited, you know, young people from across the province to come and share with our members. And I also know our speaker, Honorable Dale Mitchell, who's currently in Barbados overseas, is keen on the issue of voter education. So I want to say IEC is really doing a lot of good work, but guiding and promoting and protecting our democracy is everyone's responsibility. So it can never be IEC's alone. And I think for all the stakeholders that are here, you know, we must support the work that the IEC does, but I'm also opening up or extending an invitation. If your interest is in education, is in participating, please do reach out to us at the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Richard Dani. I'm presenting a CPF of Makaza, Kailicha. Thank you, IEC. I think the best way, I'll be short, the best way to go to those hotspot areas is to contact CPF. CPF is going to contact neighborhoods watch. Also, we got Sanko that we use to work with at our locations. Now, those organization is the best if you go to those places that are no-go areas. I think that it's an easy way. We are preaching that crime doesn't pay. In our Mbizos, we always talk about that crime doesn't pay. Also, we don't want crime. Gender-based violence, he must stop, they must stop it. Just like that. Thank you, I'll go far.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ndombekaya Mteleki Sonduna. I'm coming from West Coast College. As I'm sitting here, I I'm numb. Not because I'm sick. I'm numb just by hearing all these presenters giving the presentations. And I was like, hey, we are in another world. You can't even breathe, whereas you are in your own space. In fact, I'm one of the victims of crime because I was once hijacked and taken by these hooligans away. But I'm not there. As I'm sitting, I know and understand, and I also applaud IEC for the role that they are playing in the learning institutions. Yes, they are coming for voters' education and educate our students about how to vote, how to do one, and they are also involved in the SRC elections. I think they need to do more. There's more to do here. As I'm hearing this lady talking about the youth cries, then that means where do we start? I think the learning institutions is where we can start as IEC. We do have a memorandum of understandings. I think we need to go back to the drawing board and see where can we help each other. Because those students are not staying in our institutions forever. They need to go back to their communities. In fact, maybe they are also part of the people that are perpetrators in doing crime in their institutions and in their communities. So if we can go back as learning institutions as well as IEC to think thorough and say, let us make sure that we do 1, 2, 3, 4. Not only educating those people that are in the student governance, but to educate everybody. Yes, there is a part in the life orientation syllabi where they are talking about how to vote, how to do whatever, but I think we need to do more. There's a lot that we can do to change our societies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Tommy Punguzana. I'm from the NPA. Mine is very short. I've listened to the presentations. I am interested, and I think the communities will assist in finding the head that shakes the jar. We are actually asked to be our brother's keeper. The police and all the law enforcement agencies cannot be everywhere, but the members of the communities are. My suggestion is that we need to develop a culture of reporting. We come from a history where people were called imbi, snitches. We have passed that stage, but we need to be more responsible and develop a culture of reporting. Small things like izinyoka, I guess we know what izinyoka is. Damaging essential infrastructure. And these things are done during the day. And the members of the community are witnessing those things. And there's nobody reporting it. So that's the culture we need to develop. I'm not a politician. I don't aspire to become one. I can't be in the position that I am. But my wish is that we could have credible, responsible, and ethical politicians. It started small by providing food parcels for the people to vote for you. It went to a grand scale. Some would provide money. in exchange for votes. There's a huge ground that we have lost. We created the monster. The crime that we're dealing with, it's our creation. If you look at the taxi violence, young boys were recruited to do what the taxi bosses couldn't do. And now they cannot control those young boys because they have grown up and they became bosses of their bosses. It's our own creation. All of these crime things that we're talking about, the IEC is operating in that environment. And if we think going to a voting station is a right that many people died for, to go and exercise your right. But to do that, you need the police to protect you against yourself, because it's our own creation. So if we can just develop a sense of responsible, credible, ethical leaders, we would maybe cover some of the lost ground to the gangs. Let me stop there for now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Jansen. I'm from a political party, the newest political party. The party will take us to the end destination of true freedom, MK Party. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should actually go to the head of the snake in this process. Last year in 2024 elections, we have seen an escalation in crime and gang violence in the province, especially in the Cape Metro. And I'm so happy that we can come here and talk about the violence in the gang infested areas and what it can cause to us. We heard a lady saying how it actually affects her emotionally. Now, we are asking the IEC, who received a mandate from the people of this country, to make sure that the elections is free and fair. But if we look at last year's elections, immediately after the elections, 28 parties announced and signed off that the elections wasn't free and fair. So we must also keep the IEC accountable for the mistakes that happened in 2024. So we shouldn't forget about that. Then all the stakeholders should actually be here. Only here the SABS is here and NPA is here. We should also have our intelligence leg here present in such discussions. And it seems for most of the speakers, we are advocating that we should move from the normal traditional door-to-door engagement with our voters to a more digital space. But at the same time, we're talking about unemployment. We are talking about all these things that can be used as mechanism that will keep us away from getting to the digital space. We are too poor. And if we have a phone, we might get robbed of that phone. So I think moving to the digital space, I don't think South Africa, or let me say the Cape Metro, is ready for that, because we are too poor. And lastly, I would love for us to ask to come together in the space again and set up a task team so that we can look at these issues that have been mentioned here today more in detail. Thank you, Commissioner Chair.
Okay, let me take my prerogative as somebody who's going to close the session by simply saying thank you to all of you. That's the first thing. You've exercised leadership today by showing up. The next thing you've said is that you're here by invitation of the IEC, but also not only because you're concerned, but because you're willing to do something different. You're saying to the IEC that this word partnership and collaboration is not just something to be spoken about. And we want to say thank you to the people online too. It's also very clear that the IEC's messaging, to some of you, needs to be a little bit more targeted. I don't know how we're going to achieve that. I'll say we because I had some responsibility in that, but much like Jeff and others, and that you are partly going to become custodians of that, because the IEC does distinguish between civic education, voter education, and balloting education, and they happen at different parts, and they have different emphasis. We've also heard that there are additional resources available to you, and Michael, I'm going to put it to you, that for those people who are wanting to get involved in the civic education, voter education, and balloting space, which is, balloting is mostly IEC, but civic and voter education, contact the office, speak to the Western Cape government, get to know what printed and other resources there are, what training there are for youth to get involved in those things, yeah? Because the resources are there. It's now connecting you with the resources. You also said that political entities and those who are wanting to play in the political space have a responsibility for that. It's also true that not everybody plays in the digital space, as important as that is, that the human-to-human contact is still going to be critical. We're just saying that sometimes the conditions on the ground makes it difficult for you even to walk down the street and go speak to your neighbor. That's what's been said here today. And that is a responsibility and a situation that has to change. So once again, thank you for all of you for showing up. I'm going to give over to Michael, and we're going to put the challenge to the IEC to try to connect you with resources that you've been asking for. Is that okay? One of the spaces that we can do this is not just another forum, but it's the political liaison committees, for example, and MPLCs. Those are the spaces where some of the situation, these things can be spoken about. Because you're not only there to speak about legislation and electoral processes, you're also trying to say, what is making it hard for me as a political entity to participate in this democracy? So those PLC spaces can also be used for some of this discourse and finding solutions. So thank you for your leadership today. And as Courtney always used to say, take the KFC, take the T-shirt, and vote for whoever you want to.
Good afternoon, and thank you for sticking around. I know some of you all had to leave, but can I first and foremost just say thank you very much for being here, for participating. Thank you to our judge. Thank you to our panel members also for leading in this discussion, introducing with different experiences, the realities that are out there, and just bringing different aspects to it. I really appreciate that. And I think the one thing that we all agree upon is that this is our new reality. The rampant crime, this is our new reality, and we need to deal with that. And we can either sit back and say, well, you know what, there, but by the grace of God, I'm all right, Jack, in my own little house. I built my fences, I do my whatever, I'm okay. But that is not who we are as a nation. You know, that is not how we care for one another as a community. And I think the challenge is on all of us. I accept the responsibility on the IEC, but I want to say, I just want to add, it is our responsibility, but we must do that together. We cannot do this on our own. The community organizations, you have the footprint in our communities already. You spoke about community intelligence. We get that from our communities and by engaging, and we need to make sure that when we reach out to our communities, you are then also open to that. You know, I know that it's very difficult with community organizations because, you know, you speak to somebody now, in 6 months' time you speak, and they know that person has now left, there's somebody else. you know. And that is also the challenge. For those who are here, you all got the invitations, you know our email addresses to keep us, to get us into contact. And we accept the responsibility of being a bridge. Sometimes we have to be the bridge between, because we don't provide services, but we are in contact with whoever we can put you in contact. One of our initiatives in this province is called community outreach events, where to make voting and registration tangible, what we do as an IEC is we take service departments with us to deep rural areas, to the places which are not serviced by our government departments regularly, like Merweville, Maritzburg, Amalia, Stein, Herbertsdale. And then we say to departments, you must come with us. Home Affairs, banks, whoever, come with us to the people, because you need to make the connection between this is your right and this is my reality to service delivery. Because otherwise we're just talking to people. We're talking in the abstract. And that is part of our challenge. So when we get together here, I accept the challenges. Also, I know when Brenda talks about management, she's actually saying it's me. But that's cool. But you see, why it was also important for me to want to put somebody like Brenda on the stage is so that all of you can also understand our challenges. You know, people say, there's the IEC, it's election day. We don't exist on election day. As you heard now, we are involved in communities all the time. The challenges are there all the time when we have to go out. So how can I sit in my office and then demand my people must go out into the township? And I don't want to do that myself. That's, you know, it's dishonest. So I try and be as supporters as we can, but we need to work together. Political parties, you know, how you campaign is also as important. The way in which you campaign, if you campaign through threatening people, through disruptions, what is the message you send out there? That the next step is that, you know, you can act in this particular behavior and it's fine. And the next behavior is then linking up with criminal organizations to gain access and gain things, as was stated. That is our reality. So there's a responsibility. You know, people will come to us and say, IEC, yeah, this one is doing that. But I can't do anything unless there is real evidence about it. People talk quickly about, yeah, you must do this to that one. In the meantime, it's just campaigning. There's no serious allegation that you can actually say, here is the evidence. And without evidence, we're not going to get anywhere, as our colleagues in law enforcement will say. But we cannot do things on our own. We need to all work together and step up. You know, one of our speakers talked about the trauma that we are suffering as a society. And it is true. We are suffering from a trauma from all this violence in everybody's lives. Jeff was mentioning about that it crosses this divide now. You know, you make sure you don't go to the shop near closing time because maybe there's going to be a robbery then. Or God forbid, you pull up at a parking area and here is the cash in transfer truck and you think, oh, here, asseblief, not while I'm around here. You know, so everything, and wherever you go to, when you go out, when your kids go out in the evening, you think, here, please let them just be safe wherever they're going to. So crime is endemic across, and we are as affected in terms of what we go to. So yes, we need to focus on people on the ground, and how do we make them safe? That is the bottom line, and we all have a contribution. I cannot say here as the IEC, oh no, we're only worried about voting. No, if we care about our voters and their well-being, we must also contribute as the IEC, and that's why from our side we commit to working with our partners. I mentioned already, you know, we election time come along, we go into the prof joints with SAPs and with law enforcement and all the other agencies, and they work very hard with limited resources to be able to protect our people. But it's limited in terms of what we can do. And so we appreciate all the help we get from law enforcement, but at the end of the day, it is communities. It was spoken there about the CPFs, and we will definitely be reaching out to CPFs because you know, on the ground. So when we want to employ people on the ground, those people must come and employ so they can work for us, whether it is a panelist for conflict mediation that Jeff spoke about, whether it's a simple thing of just handing out pamphlets. You are in the community, you know what is happening, but we need to reach out to them and they need to reach out to us so that we can make that connection and work together, because on our own, we just cannot get all over. We work with the schools. We go to schools. We do visits. We do voter registration at school with the colleges. We in fact have a nice new project that we piloted now, where we employed young people at the colleges on campuses to do our voter registration for us. We said 3 per campus. And it's amazing how they are reaching young people. You know, I go there and people look at me, but if it's a young person speaking to a young person, and now I'm directing from management to commission, you know, those are the sort of projects you bring young people in, they can see a tangible, people want a tangible thing and not just talking about things. So definitely I think there's a lot of things that we can do together, and a responsibility on us, together with our sister organizations as chapter 9s, that we can have these particular things. I made a lot of notes, but I think the bottom line is we need to increase our footprint within our communities by reaching out through organizations. And please, guys, for the community organizations, we can only work with the non-aligned ones. Don't come and take a chance now. You know, you are actually a counselor in waiting. You know, now you want us to work with your organization, but in the meantime, you got your candidate nomination thingy in your back pocket. Now you destroy our reputation because it was said, yeah, but you're working with Irvin there. But in the meantime, you know, so also we also ask integrity from our community organizations. We trust you and we want to work with you, but in an apolitical way, so that we're not accused of doing anything untoward. I think that overall we need to be on our lookout. You know, it's easy that the situations in Haiti, these things don't happen overnight. We heard about how there's pockets of places where gangs control everything. And soon they go a little bit broader. Before you know it, there's whole suburbs or townships that there's loss of control over. So we must be very clear and careful that we are aware of this, and we pull the line, and we say we have to respond to these. So, but thank you for this engagement, and we will have to continue. I hope to have another engagement soon, and similar seminars, but we must take up and we'll explore the issues of task teams. You know, I don't always like a task team because it's just another meeting with a meeting and a meeting. But we'll have to look at how we can actually do something, you know, tangible in one way or another. And it's not going to be one thing, it's going to be a number of different initiatives that we're going to be working on. But thank you very much again for your attendance. Thank you for your support always for the IEC. And there are the members. Find out where they are working. If you want to find out which areas they are responsible, engage with the team at the back there. They'll very likely tell you, listen, this is my area. Even if you don't fall in that area, but you know of a CPF colleague who's in that area, let's make and reach out. But thank you very much once and everybody. And thanks to my team. I call them the Fierce Committee, but they're actually my events team. Thank you for organizing this, you know, putting everything together. Thank you very much. And to our sign language interpreter, thank you very much. We also appreciate you doing this. Thank you very much. And so there's a light finger lunch type thing, and then we also say safe home. Thank you very much.